the Shripuram, Hyderabad, Adinam, Kailasa, and do the seva over here. So I came to Shripuram, Kailasa, and we started our seva, and we are really enjoying being here, and such a blessing from Parashakti doing the seva to herself in Shripuram, Hyderabad, and it is
Exactly, and also
really
Shripuram, Hyderabad, the main deity itself is Devi Rajarajeshwari. Devi Parashakti herself is the main deity. Go ahead. I just wanted to tell it across to the viewer.
Yes, sir. And we have a Goshala over here, and a nice, beautiful ambience that Swamiji has blessed us over here with a beautiful ecosystem, and spending time over with the family doing the seva, and this is really a different world altogether being here, and such a blessing from Parashakti to be there doing a seva, and it's really transforming our lives as a family together, and experiencing in so nearness and closeness to Parashakti doing the seva directly. And such a blessing it is, I think we cannot imagine in our life, being so close and doing the seva. It's like being one with it, and it is experiencing the oneness without any remembrance, always being in that space. You are already experiencing it continuously and becoming that. So it is, I'm thankful to Swamiji for blessing us with that. And we are going through that, and we are enjoying it really because of that blessing. So
yes, yeah. Actually, just like how you're sharing, right? Like even in the starting of the program, when we listen to the cosmic beings of Kailasa manifest in two different ways. One, the Archavataras, and second, the Nijavataras, who are the incarnations of those particular deities. Here, Devi Parashakti, who is the Nijavatara of Paramashiva, blessed Pradyumnaya to be constantly in the space of herself as the Archavatara, who is the presiding deity of Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. So literally, Pradyumnaya is actually blessed to continuously be in the space, the breathing space of the divine, continuously manifesting the powers, the powerful cognitions, the health, the wealth, the like everything. When you are with the divine, I'm sure, like if any of you would have been to the temple, like even if you just enter into any temple, you will see your very space just shifts. You might be so agitated and irritated and stressed of something, pissed about something. But the moment you actually just walk into a temple, the entire vibration is different. The entire energy field itself is different. You just become so powerful. Just imagine spending your time and just living your life in the space of Devi Parashakti herself, knowing that she herself came down in embodied form and told to do seva to herself in that form. And so this is actually a beautiful introduction. Now we are going to see what Pradyumna actually received, the blessings. Devi actually, I can say, beautifully prepared him for in these two and then led to the next. So yes, we are all excited to hear the third blessing that you received from Devi Parashakti. Please go ahead.
Third blessing is like, it was just going through my mind, and like even my wife and we wanted to have a kids. So I have one kid. She is 7.5 years old, and we want to join her Gurukul. And recently, before I asked her this question, I have registered. One day before I asked her the second question, I have registered online for her to be in the Gurukul, have the Gurukul education. So on the immediate day, I asked the second question. Now, the third question that I asked after being here in the Shripuram Adinam, Kailasa Adinam here, and we were going through that for quite some time, like we want to have more kids. So I asked Swamiji, being here, can we have more kids? So that is, and Parashakti blessed us with 4 twins, and blessed us with all the abundance and 16 prosperities, and such a huge blessing for us. Like even she told not to fear, because even having 4 twins, we cannot imagine that in the current circumstances and this, and to only once it is a blessing from her. So definitely it is going to manifest, and we are really happy. Even way my wife how it is possible. So, and at the end, even Parashakti made a statement: "Don't fear." So, such a beautiful blessing. Even she knows our thought current, what we go through, even taking such a blessing, because usually nobody can imagine in the current world such a blessing can come. And even she's stating not to fear about that, what we go through, and such a that is an amazing blessing. I cannot imagine. As Sundareshwara Maharaj told, it is the slowly, beautifully how Devi Parashakti is preparing us for this beautiful happening. I am very heartfelt my gratitude to Swamiji, Sangha, and giving us this ambience, being here with the family. That education is for my kid that cannot give it in the outer world is being taken care. Uh, because we have all that cannot outer world cannot give us the current ambience, the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma is being lived here and practiced here, and we can that my next generation can radiate it. It is Swamiji is creating a platform where really beings land and radiate the Sanatana, authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the expression of it is Swamiji blessed us so beautifully. So
Great, yeah. Actually, there is exactly like such a beautiful. When I was actually listening live to Devi Parashakti, actually blessing you with this entire blessing, I was just so happy that it is when she herself is going to manifest, and like you are just, if you just look at the life of Prahlada, right, who's a child prodigy who happened in our Hindu tradition. It was just a manifestation of Paramapada, like Mahavishnu himself. Nothing. His wife, sorry, his mother, Kayadu, was just in the presence of Narada, continuously in the presence of Narada, listening to the great stories, great happenings of Mahavishnu. And Prahlada was born, even though his father was a Rakshasa, he was born as the one who liberated his own father just by listening to the greatness of of Mahavishnu while he was in the womb. He was not even born. While he was in the womb, he listened to these great stories of Mahavishnu, and he was enlightened the moment even he was born. Here, you're blessed by Devi Parashakti. At the same time, you're listening to the miracles of Devi Parashakti every single day, and you're doing the seva to Devi Parashakti every single day. What more bigger boon can anyone ever receive in their life? Literally, you just know that the entire purpose of your life is just fulfilled. Whether it is with your wealth you need, whether you need the health and what is going to be happening for your future, what is going to happen for your kids' future, everything is just attended and taken care. And you shared right beautifully that Devi just told, do not fear, I am taking care. As you said, she just knows what is going on in us, what is going to go on in us, and she just attends to every one of us as it is in us. Because she is there. She is the mother who is there listening to every one of us in our life. So, yeah, after this whole experience that happened, how did you feel about this whole thing? What's your experience of the entire Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan itself? Like, how was your life changed? Like, before Devi Darshan and now after Devi Parashakti, answering, making herself physically available, where you can listen to her own words directly to you.
I can say like the whole thing after this, when we did the Pachapati Ratham, so that was a great preparation even to listen to her words, that blessings what we had. And even if I say I did IS, UIS, and I was with Sangha. So I greatly transformed a lot. But this one pattern that I was really struggling, which was I was not able to break through, that is only the blessing of Parashakti I'm really able to come out of it. Because that is the only pattern I think the whole, my family or the people around me was really struggling. Maybe my frequency of it was reduced, but really a small thing of anger really disturbed the other beings too much. And we can sense that because nobody wants to be in that state when we get angry. And such a huge blessing for me, and that really transformed the whole ambience around me. And I'm really having a great blissful existence. I can see how the Sangha over here, which the people I live here, and they are really happy and really joyful. We are doing the seva, and as Raj told, like it is affecting in all dimensions of my life, whether it is physically, psychologically, the health-wise, and a relationship that I am experiencing right now. It is Parashakti's blessing, really. I am seeing a new dimension in my life in all aspects uh, that a human being goes through regularly, and it is such a blessing. And not only that, and she is guiding me continuously to exist in such a higher frequency. Always I cannot imagine my life after this. In past 2 months, it is too much. It is hugely
Wonderful.
transformed. And yeah, so I thank
Great. Is
Swamiji
there
and
anything that
Sangha
you'd
for
like
the.
to share to our viewers about how they can prepare themselves for receiving the answers of Devi Parashakti? And something that you can share with them, the last words that you'd like to share with them.
uh, my experience is let's be integrated to Swamiji, and just and the instructions Swamiji has given to you, get your answered question, that just follow that and be in the space of oneness with Parashakti during the uh, Parashakti Akashic readings. I think that's what prepares you to receive your answer, whatever your question. Like some questions we ask out of just let's see kind of a thing. Like it is from that seeking. I think if we ask, definitely it is get answered, and the way we receive also it will be a different thing, and it will be like the Parashakti. I see even sees our space of receptivity.
Exactly.
Uh, yeah,
And
and
actually,
it
as you're
is
sharing, it's
also.
like when you are ready for it, Devi actually showers you. When she knows you are ready, that moment the answer is revealed to you. Even though she already has a plan for your future, but she waits till the child grows. Just like how many times when children are young, they would ask us questions about things that we technically will not be able to answer. So we tell them something and just keep them quiet. But when actually time comes, the mother actually tells the real reason, the real answers. Just like her, that she prepares each and every one of us. The moment she knows that we are ready, she never stops, she never holds back from telling and giving us the best. So thank you very much,
Yes,
Aya,
Maharaj.
for coming up and sharing. And it's been a beautiful experience, and we're looking forward for a lot more from you. And of course, having your children in the Nithyananda Gurukul with Swamiji and manifesting the state space being and powers of Kailasa. And yes, so anything else, Aya?
Thank you. Actually, I want to thank Swamiji and Sangha. As you mentioned, it is a beautiful preparation that actually had happened. That Swamiji and Sangha has provided. It is the fruits I am receiving out of it. I thank
Wonderful,
Swamiji and
Aya.
Sangha for this. Thank
Great, Aya. Thank you once again for joining us in this panel, Nithyanandam.
you. Nitya.
So there we listened from Pradyumnaya, a beautiful experience of him having with Devi Parashakti herself, where he was blessed by Devi Parashakti herself through the Nijavatara to do the seva to herself as the Archavatara in the temple, and now she herself manifesting to be born as the kids, as his own kids. So that's something best that we can ever receive in our life. And as he simply shared, just have the open receptivity to do whatever she says and make it as a reality. Nothing else is needed from you. Simple love, simple integrity. She said, so I am doing, done. That's all is a simple inner space that you need to hold. And you will see Devi Parashakti reveals the best for you. Now, we are also going to be joined by Sri Nitya Tejomayananda Swami, and also a few other participants will be sharing their experience, the miracles of Devi Parashakti, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in their life. So I'd like to welcome Sri Tejomayananda Swami for the next segment of this sharings by the various different disciples and devotees in this segment. Nityananda Swami.
Nityananda Maharaj, thank you so much. And such a beautiful space of listening to participants of the Akashic reading who have received directly blessings from Devi Parashakti in the form of the Nija Avatara, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam. Now, we'd like to invite Sri Nitya Jnana Swarupananda.
Nithyanandam.
Hello, yeah. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and a pleasure to see you again. And just for the sake of our viewers, would you please introduce yourself and where you're from and what you do, and a brief history of how you came to Swamiji?
Sure. Nithyanandam, everyone. My name is Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda. I am based in Toronto, Canada, and I am fully involved in Kailasa, Toronto, and I'm part of the temple team as well as the outreach team. So, and also leading the Annadan team here in Toronto. So, I've been under Swamiji's fold. I knew Swami. I met Swamiji for the first time in 2009 when he came to Toronto, and I've been following him, but not fully at that time. But then I think in 2014, 15, when Terry Swami was in Toronto is when I started getting involved in the Sangha and actively getting involved in the temple activities and all the other stuff. So I've been here in Toronto for this long, attended a few programs, IAs with Swamiji, as well as been, again, blessed as I'm so happy to see Pratimaya was being blessed with quadruplets, which is an amazing blessing to get, because we were also blessed with 2 kids from Swamiji directly. So I can know that feeling. It's such an amazing feeling to have kids that were blessed by Swamiji. But yeah, so being involved in the Sangha for such a long time, helping, going through a lot of change in my life, my family life, making sure everything is aligning to Swamiji's principles and teachings and aligning myself to the Hindu lifestyle, which is a very, very hard challenge to do in this part of the world. But I'm trying to align myself as much as I can to get to that space.
Beautifully, beautiful. So let's first start with your spiritual name. You received it very recently, and walk us through that experience. How was it when you heard the first time that this was a name that was blessed by Swamiji as your spiritual name, and what it meant to you?
Oh, this is a name. I mean, I have been wanting to have a spiritual name, seeing a lot of people that I know within the Sangha getting a spiritual name, and always I had that resistance of my identity to my old name, just thinking, okay, how would I feel getting that name, and how am I going to be, just having all those negative thoughts, right, about not thinking about that spiritual name is something that aligns you to your life purpose. So even my wife, we were both talking about it, and she also was not sure whether we should get the spiritual name or not, because in the end, we both would have the same names, only just the difference would be the Sri and Ma. So, but she was also kind of having some hesitance. But then when we had our DTA with Devi Parashakti or Swamiji a few weeks ago, I don't know, I looked at Devi and it just hit me in my hand. I said, please bless us with a spiritual name. I think at that time, my inner space was ready to listen to that name. So initially, when I first thought of a spiritual name, I thought I'm going to getting a very long name or something. But then when I heard the name Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda, I was like, wow, such a beautiful name. And it just flows with bliss. And when I heard about the meaning, and my wife also was so happy and excited to get that name, and it meant a lot. And I noticed ever since we've had the blessings and getting that spiritual name, it has changed. It has had a huge shift in our space, like between me and my wife. Like as Swamiji says, you feel reborn. Like I feel like another person right now with that name. So, and it's hard to now when you talk to people outside Sangha, trying to get them to understand that to call you by this name is also something that you need to tell them why do you have this name? What does it mean? And how is it aligning you to your life path, life purpose, which is what, to me, when we got that I feel like getting that spiritual name was needed for me and my wife to have a huge shift in our space, not only within spiritually, but within ourselves too. Like now we come as a package. There's no Mother or Darshini. It's Ma and Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda together. And the purpose is to align to Shiva, Lord Shiva's mission. So that's all we're doing. And it's been a blessing. And I think, it was a blessing to receive it directly from Swamiji. So what else can I have nothing more else to do than other than deepest gratitude for that.
And that's a beautiful way of putting it. And one thing I wanted to reiterate from what you shared is how when your inner space is ready, when you become finally ready and available, that is the best space to be in to go in front of Devi Parashakti and ask for anything. And when we are ready and we are available, she is always ready and always available to give us a blessing. And when your inner space shifts, she's there and she'll beautifully give us that blessing. So that is wonderful. So tell us about the actual name. Like, what is the meaning of the name and what it actually means to you when you hear the meaning? Because when the name is given, the spiritual name is given, the meaning of it is also given, so that the whole life can actually align to that purpose. So please tell us about that as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the exact meaning of the name is blissfully, auspiciously, the embodiment of knowledge of Paramashiva. That is the true meaning of that name. So I'm still trying to, I have to read it a couple of times to get to understand it. So yeah, so when I hear that, I'm like, it's pretty much the one who knows the knowledge of Paramashiva. So I mean, what else? I mean, that when you hear that, and it's a name that it really rhymes within me. I feel like it's a name that I'm meant to have. And when I hear it, it's like me and my wife, we start calling each other that now. We don't call each other with other names. So yeah, so that's the meaning of the name. And I still am so excited. I'm like a baby, so happy to have a new name. When you get a name, when I name my kids, that's how I felt, like so happy.
That's awesome. And that's exactly true, because when Swamiji gives us the new name, it is a new birth. So it's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Now, you mentioned your kids, so I just wanted to ask, so what has it been? You also received blessings from Swamiji for the birth. And please talk about Sarvesh, Nandika. What does it mean for them to have this ambience, this ecosystem with which they are beautifully growing up in? So what does that mean to you and your family?
So I think it's, as mentioned, it is, I mean, blessed to be given these kids that were blessed by Swamiji. And literally you can see that we are pushing them to be in this ecosystem that we are living in, this world that we're not directly in Adi Kailasa or any other ecosystem, but we're trying to build that ecosystem, trying to make sure that they're following Swamiji's teachings, doing puja, doing yoga, and they do it. I mean, like my son is 4, Sarvesh is 4 years, and Nandika is 2 years old, and they, like, the way they inspire me and my wife a lot in certain ways, that they wait for us. Like, I feel like they know, they're already born with that muscle memory. Like, they know what they need to do. It's just a matter of getting them in tune, and that's it. While for us as who have had a lot of patterns in our system, we have to go through a lot of change in our system to get aligned to that space. And I find that when you see them, like seeing these kids, and especially you being with them every day, it makes you you need to align. So sometimes I even tell my wife, we need to do more, because they will just pick up and run. They know what to do. They, like my kids, my daughter, my son and my daughter, both, they go to the temple. They know that their life is about Swamiji, Hinduism. Like, even when we go out, whenever we're around the temple, my kids know, though the temple is closed, the kids know that they have to say their pranams to Swamiji. Like, for example, when I go to my brother's place, it's beside the temple. Even if it's late at night, Sarvesh will say, Appa, I need to go say goodnight to Swamiji. So we go in front of the temple, he will chant the mantras, he will chant everything, then he will say goodnight to Swamiji, then only goes to sleep in the car. So he knows that now that is part of his muscle memory and biomemory, that his life revolves around Swamiji's teaching and principles and being a Hindu. Even eating, right? Like we teach him about the vegetarian lifestyle. Like, we always had fears, like, oh, how would he be in Canada, like being exposed to non-veg and everything. But teaching him that, he knows that now. Even now, sometimes when we go out and stuff, we're in the car, when he sees his advertisements on TV, he'll be like, no, Appa, we're not supposed to eat meat. And he's like, I asked why. He said, that's only for animals. We're humans. We don't eat meat. And he's a 4-year-old carrying that powerful cognition that this is not supposed to be. It's like we just tell him once or twice and they know it. And it's all because of bringing them up in that kind of an environment, and they know it. And we try our best not to give them all these processed foods. It's a challenge, but we try them, maybe because everything in this country has yeast. So we're so picky in all those things. So, but they know, they understand. So I feel like it's just because of Swamiji's teaching and seeing how it impacts people who do not follow that. It has helped us a lot. And we're still churning ourselves and still trying to build this ecosystem, not only within our house, we still have to build it in our homes first before we expand it. So I feel like that my wife and myself, we are working towards building that ecosystem within our house. And then we have the temple, and I feel not even going to the temple is a huge thing because of the COVID shutdowns. And the kids miss it a lot. Like, we literally watch old temples and he's so excited to see the temples and he misses the deities big time. So like, they know, like, they're missing it. Like, so whenever we get a chance to go to the temple, we get to go and see the deities. So like, hearing about Pratimaya being blessed to be in Sripuram directly every day, it's amazing. It's an amazing blessing, right? I wish we can get to have that experience once again, once the COVID lockdowns are released. But to your point, we are as parents trying to get them in the ecosystem, building that ecosystem within our homes first, and also using the temple as an external ecosystem for Hinduism.
Beautiful. That's so beautiful. And now that we're talking about the temple, please share about your experiences with just serving the Archavataras. You always perform seva to Lord Venkateshwara at the Toronto Kailasa temple. So please share how that started and how was that experience and what has that transformed in you?
Well, that is, I mean, I feel like doing seva to the temples, to the deities has what has kept me, as I feel is like doing that seva is like as what has kept me going and helped me write this pralaya and all these things, because I feel like that when you're with the deities and of doing the seva to them, you feel that space of calmness and oneness, and I feel like you just feel like especially me when I'm doing it to Venkateshwara, I just feel like he's mine. Like when I'm doing Abhishek to him, I'm doing Alankaram to him, I just wish I can just carry him and take him home. You know, it's just that oneness with him. But it's even not only for him, for all the deities, even Nandi, doing that. And as Swamiji says, when you do the seva and you just do that with deep space of gratitude, it's amazing. Like, yeah, there may be a lot of people will question, oh, you did this Alankaram wrong, right? But I always tell them, it's not about that. It's your connection with the deity. If the deity is ready to accept it, they will accept it. Like, and I've seen that with our temples, our deities because they've done, Prana Pratishtha has been done to these deities, they're living and breathing. If something is not right for them, it will not work. I've spent hours doing Alankaram for some deities because of something that is not right, versus if something is supposed to go right, it'll go right. So you do see the effect of those. And especially now, since the temple is pretty much is open, but not to the public. So the deities are radiating more energy. Like, you can literally feel when I go for like the weekly seva, when I wake them up, I do feel their presence, like all the deities. When you could literally feel that they're looking at you and waiting for you to radiate that energy. So I feel that their blessings is what is keeping my family, and I feel like keeping even Toronto Sangha and the Toronto region going, because they're very powerful. And so these deities are alive. So I know how I can feel them pretty much.
That's amazing. And I'm sure more and more people will come to enjoy this beautiful space of being with the Archavataras pretty soon. And now from the experience with the Archavataras, let's now get to what we have been discussing this morning about the Akashic reading, to be in the presence of the Parashakti in the Nijavatara, manifesting herself in the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam. When you first heard about it, what were your thoughts, and how did you decide that you will ask a question, and how did you prepare for it to receive a blessing?
So when I first heard about it, I missed the first day. So when I heard it from a few Sangha members that she was doing that, I felt kind of bad that I missed it. But then I decided to complete and move on and start coming in. But then the second day and third day, I kept hearing Devi giving blessings, and she was also giving prayachita to some of the devotees. And that kind of put in a fear to me, like, okay, if I ask a question, am I going to be given a prayachita? Like, go do this or do this something. But it took me a day or so. But then I said, you know what? If I am to be getting a prayachita, it's like me when I do something wrong and my mother punishes me. Who else do I get it from? So then, and I know the punishment is not meant for any benefit of Devi. It's just for my benefit in the end. And so I decided, I submitted my question, and my first question, the first question I even was just about my kids, just to bless them. And Devi not only answered my question of bless the kids, but she also blessed, because in my inner space, I know Swamiji's one of his missions for the Chaturmasya is the Annadan as well. So like I lead the Annadan in Toronto, and I wanted to make it bigger. So, and she answered what was in my inner space about, and blessed me and said, I personally am accepting every single grain of rice that you offer for Annadan. And every grain of rice that I offer is accepted in the Brahma Kapali of Kali, so the fifth head of Lord Brahma. And that blessing not only goes to you, it goes to the rest of the world. And that was in my inner space. I always wanted to make sure that whatever I do for Annadan is accepted. And when I heard about that, I was I was in shock. Like, she not only answered what was my question, but she also answered what was my inner space at that point. So it's like, I've seen that happen to a lot. Most of the time I've seen it happen for some people. Like, you may have one question, especially I'll go back to Inner Awakening. Like when we used to go to Swamiji for blessing, we used to write like essays and essays of letters and just show it to Swamiji, and Swamiji would just say blessings, and we'll be like, what? I wrote this for a long letter, and he just said blessings. But the thing is, then one of the participants had written something about a blessing, and when he went for the second time, he didn't ask that question, but Swamiji blessed him, and also blessed him for that question that he didn't ask this time. That was in his inner space. So that kind of brings me back to my question that I'd asked Swamiji. Devi this time was about my kids, and she blessed me for my kids as well as blessed me for other things. So that clearly shows that she is there. She is looking after me. She's looking after Sangha. And that's all I needed to hear, nothing else. And so I was happy with that. And then I said, okay, that's an amazing blessing. And then my wife was also not feeling well. She was having a lot of health issues and not able to come out of it. So then the next day or something, I just sent a message to Devi saying, please bless my wife, heal her. And believe it or not, so that day when I was busy with work, I was doing my work in a meeting, and Devi Parashakti's darshan was going on. Something in my head came, and I heard a voice in me saying, I'm going to answer you now. I turned around, she's answering me. She called out my name and started answering me. Wow. And I was in shock. When I told that to my wife, I said, she's going to answer me now. And my wife was looking at me like, what are you saying? Then she just called out my name. And so that felt like that oneness with her. Like she knows you're busy, do your work, but I'll call you when you're ready for the darshan, when your time comes. And she called my name out. She blessed my wife. And the same thing with my wife. My wife also had that fear about, I'm kind of scared. But then when Devi's blessing was like, she's my daughter, and it is my responsibility to look after my daughter. I will take care of her health issues and also give her powerful cognitions. Ever since that, her health completely did a 180, like changed her thought. Everything changed in her space, and her health was changed completely. And it impacted, you do see the impacts across not only just one, across all the dimensions of health, wealth, and relationships when you get the blessings of Devi. And yeah, and there's more. I mean, then we were blessed to have the DTA with her as well. So that's where I got my spiritual name from. But I am been pretty blessed. And even recently, the last time I asked a question to her was, I struggle with my weight. So I asked her to help me get rid of my food patterns, to help me lose my weight. And I asked her this like a week ago, and she blessed me with the simple word Tathastu. And I just wanted to iterate it to people that when Devi or Swamiji says the word Tathastu, don't take it for granted. It's a word that carries a lot of weight. So when she blessed me for that, ever since that, my whole eating habit has changed. Like I don't eat I used to eat like a lot of rice and stuff, but I'm now eating more of eating like more, so drinking more and eating more fruits. So my eating habit has changed, and I do see my life is different. And so yeah, so that's been I've been blessed to have a lot of blessings from Devi in the last few weeks. And as Pradima had mentioned earlier, it's when your being is ready for it, then only you'll receive it. And
one thing I wanted to also add to what you're saying is the Prayaschitta is slightly different. It's actually different from what a punishment is, because Prayaschitta is only corrective action. Devi, in all her abundant compassion, simply wants all her kids, so there's all of us, to be back and to be aligned with her. And she only gives us the right process or whatever right steps that we need to take so that we're all aligned and back in oneness with Devi Parashakti. And so that is so beautiful. And the next thing that you mentioned, I want to also again reiterate that the space, the inner space that you're carrying, and so beautifully, the oneness that expressed through you. Exactly when she was going to answer you, somewhere so many miles away, thousands of miles away, and then suddenly you got this simple message that I'm going to answer to you now. And that is a space of oneness where we completely, totally surrender to Devi Parashakti, and she's right there, and she's ready and willing and available to just shower us with all her blessings. Yes, absolutely. The other thing I wanted to reiterate is when she gives it the Tathastu, it totally has a lot of weight in it. It's got a lot of Shakti to it, and it has got new life to it as well. She creates a new life for us. She gives birth to a new possibility, a new reality when she gives a blessing. And it is totally up to us to fit into it and then create that and experience that reality for us. So please share about that part, like what has really transformed. You mentioned about the food habits have changed, and in any other areas, anything else that you
it has definitely changed. Your food directly correlates to your anger. So what you eat, it becomes what you say or stuff. So I noticed what I've been eating has completely shifted my space in terms of anger. And like I mean, as Sundaresha Maharaj was saying, that is a huge pattern a lot of people struggle with, anger. Like ever since getting that blessing and eating healthy, I noticed it has shifted my space with I don't get angry as often. Like I'm more calmer, more collected. I just don't lose my temper for every single thing. So, and it does. So that's the blessing of when Swamiji says, when you work on one thing, everything else will correct itself. So yeah, so that's pretty much.
Beautiful. And is there anything else that you'd like to share that you have not shared so far with all the viewers, especially during the current crisis? What is really going on? Is there anything else that you'd like to share?
No, I mean, I do. I think the only thing that I could share is when Devi says she's protecting her devotees, understand that she's literally protecting you. And when she says, keep your Atmalinga with you, don't take that Atmalinga for granted. It has to be on you. And I have experienced it myself because I always keep my Atmalinga with me. And the day when Swamiji mentioned about the Atmalinga that always carried with you, I was just leaving the house and I just got into an accident right at my doorstep and my car was completely gone. And it was just the day before I heard about Swamiji talking about the Atmalinga. Like it's always there to protect you. And similar thing when Devi is saying she's there to protect us, understand that that means a lot, that she's literally there to protect us, do what she's asking us to do, and be in that space of receiving. I mean, if you're in that space of deep gratitude, your questions will get answered, whether it's directly through her or directly through someone else, one way or another. So that don't feel that if your name is not called out, she doesn't like you. You are watching that for a reason. You're there in that darshan for a reason. So that's all I can give. That's my message to everyone.
Thank you, Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda, for joining us and sharing your experiences. Thank you so much for taking the time. And I really request that again you'll be able to come back and share with us more and more of your journey with Devi Parashakti, with Swamiji. Thank you again. We have more participants who will be sharing with us their experiences and how they received the Devi Parashakti's blessings in just a moment.
1 or 2 times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By 3rd time, 4th time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. And in the previous segment, we had a beautiful sharing from Sri Shivanyana Surupaya. It was such a exciting way, and so much of, like, you can see the excitement and the energy, the enthusiasm that Shivanyana Surupaya was radiating just while he was sharing his experience with Devi Parashakti, and how Devi Parashakti has been constantly been there in his life, guiding him. And especially the last statement when he made, right, like, Devi told to have the Atmalinga always with you. And actually the next day he carried the Atmalinga with him. Next day, his life was literally saved from an accident. His car was completely crushed. But because he had the Atmalinga, he was saved. So we never know when Devi is telling, we just do it. And that's the best thing that we could ever have in our life. So joining us in this segment, in this panel, we have Dr. Peter Bloomfield. Dr. Peter Bloomfield, Nithyanamaya.
Nithyanandam.
Yes, awesome. Aya, can you introduce yourself to all our viewers and participants across the globe?
Yeah, sure. My name is Peter Bloomfield. I'm a disciple of Swamiji, and I met him in the physical in 2014. And I'm also an emergency doctor. I work at UCLA, and I work in the community as well. And gosh, it's been a ride, hasn't it?
Great. So yes, so we've been working with Peter Bloomfield Aya over the last few days. And so Peter Bloomfield Aya, you have received some beautiful blessings from Devi Parashakti. And I would like you to share from the last time the what blessings that you had received from Devi Parashakti and the consequent blessings that you had, and how in your life you're able to see how Devi's blessings are like just there happening as is, and everything she tells is there for a reason. To share it with all the participants who are there. The previous 2 sharings, as you were listening, they shared about how Devi Parashakti is there manifesting, and she's actually listening to their inner space. Like Pradyumna also shared that she's there answering me inside me. Same way Madanai also shared. It's not about you asking a question, but answering what you really wanted. So please go ahead, Aya, and share your experience with Devi Parashakti.
Yes. So I told Sundareshwara Maharaj that if I come on now, it might be a little bit raw because I've been on a very intense ride. And he said, it's okay, let it be authentic. So I have tremendous connection with Devi. I have Rajodeshwari, and of course Swamiji is the ultimate. So I asked for, basically there was a couple of things I was wanting. I was wanting to just Dharma, Artha, Kama, to either fulfill it or renounce it or drop it or just let it get out of the way of anything that's keeping me from being closer to him and closer to that state and space of Paramashiva. And then also I had found this house, and I was it's right by the temple in Los Angeles. And so I was like, there were other people wanted it and all that. I was like, I really want that house. Please let me get that house, because that'll support us to be connected with the temple and all that. And so then I got a really beautiful blessing. It said that I would have, and Sundareshwara can add to the nuances, because a lot of it is in, that ancient Tamil dialect.
Yes. Actually, maybe I could just share a few things out here. So Devi actually blessed Peter Raya that she'll bless him. I'm just giving that gist. So that he'll have the home. He'll be blessed with the home. And also that Devi Parashakti will bless him with the wealth that is needed. You'll become a karta. And at the same time, she will shower you with wealth and give you the intelligence to not be touched by that wealth. So this is in essence as to what Devi Parashakti had revealed on that first day of Akashic reading. Please go ahead, Aya.
Yes, and I should add that I had said I want to be karta, right? I had said bless me to be able to be karta. Now, the little backstory is, kind of summer, fall last year, I had this very strong push it felt like from deep inside, or it felt like from Lakshmi and Devi and all that, to put it, and Swamiji also said Bitcoin, right? So I put everything into Bitcoin. And then if anyone who's been following, then that was a good thing to have done, right? And so Bitcoin went up, up, up. So when I became a SJP Yajaman, I didn't really have the money. I had to put it together as a big stretch. And then now the next thing is happening. Suddenly I had like this wealth, and I was like, oh, now I don't know like what to do. I have this. And it wasn't so much, but it was enough where if I wanted, I could do karta. But I didn't feel I wanted to just leave it there, because I was scared to touch it. And some of it was locked up where there's a lot of taxes if you take it out and all that. So even though I asked to be able to do karta, I already really was able to, but I wasn't psychologically prepared to do it. But I knew I was going to do it. I was like, let me do it later. I can do it over time, let it get bigger, and then I won't be so affected and all that, right? That was my mind's plan. And so then the house was actually the first time I was going to open into that, right? It was the first time I wanted to open into that to support this house. And I was trying to see how can I do this and still leave it mostly okay and untouched and all that. And then, of course, the blessing was beautiful. And I was so excited. But if you listen to the words, you will be showered with wealth, and you will have the intelligence not to be attached, right? Exactly. And so even if I was having wealth, I was having this attachment to it. And I didn't feel I could move it. I didn't feel I could take it out. I didn't feel I could spend it, because I didn't feel I could make it again. So it almost became like a heaviness to it, right? And Lakshmi is free-flowing. A Lakshmi is locked, right? So it was like an A Lakshmi almost. And then I felt karta can happen in time. It doesn't have to be now, anything like that, right? But then when you put it to Devi, then the next thing will happen, right? So I got contacted like, hey, that's really amazing, beautiful blessing you got. Are you ready to do karta now? And I'm like, no, I'm not ready. And because I was worried about the house itself. And then I just drew a picture, because then I got another call like that, and I was like, just relax, I'm good. And then I talked to Sundareshwara, and he gave a beautiful context, because he can do the Arulvak, almost like his own Akashic reading with Devi, right? And so he gave a beautiful context for how my relationship with Swamiji, there's still some of my things from my childhood have been keeping me apart from him. So Swamiji will say, you come soon, I'll call you soon, I'll call you soon. But I know the next word he'll say is, I'll call you soon. But soon is always there. And so he said, this invitation is given to you to break that cognition that's keeping you from him. And then, of course, he spoke about the bindi, when Ram Sarat Kumar gave bindi to Swamiji, like a little cigarette. And Swamiji was a child, and he's not allowed to smoke. It's bad to smoke or whatever. That's the social convention. So he didn't smoke it, and then he took it away, and it was gone. He could never have that again. And it was kind of like that. When you have these opportunities, you have to take them, or else you may not get that chance again. It'll come in some other form, but not like that. And so Sundareshwara gave me this context, and then it started boiling in me. Like, oh God, I really should do this. But still there's these taxes things, and I'm not ready to do it. And then I'm trying to work, how can I work my way around? And I'm trying to, I won't say cunning, but at least strategic, right? So that I'll be okay, all that. Anyways, meanwhile, I'll show you exactly a diagram. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, you can see. Okay. So this is what Bitcoin was doing. Mind you, everything I've put, right? Everything is there. And that's, they had said, don't let your sense of security come from any money, right? Don't let your sense of security come from any money. Don't be insecure. Let your security be from Shiva. Let your security be from Guru, right? That's the only real security. And I was like, okay, I hear you, but I don't know. So anyway, it's sitting like this, right? Then this is what happened. I don't know if you can see, but it's like exactly, it just fell off a cliff right at the same time. So Debbie had been saying, give now. If I gave then, it would be one thing. I didn't want to give. Suddenly it starts to go away. And then I've got this Tejo's burning desire to do it. But I'm still trying to be a little bit strategic. Then yesterday was my birthday. And I said yesterday morning, I said, in puja, I know I'm stuck, right? This whole thing is frying in my circuits. At the end of puja, I said, Swamiji, I cannot do this. Whatever needs to be done, I cannot do it. Just come through me, express through my body, make it happen as it needs to happen. I don't care. I'll give the whole thing, nothing matters. Like, just let's just get this thing be done. Let the attachment be broken. Let what needs to happen, let it happen. And an intense bliss came over me. Because of course, when you did puja and you're talking to Atma Murti, you're talking to Swamiji himself, right? And then it was confirmed in various ways, like, yes, now it's mean suddenly I get a call from the ashram, oh, we're going to help you with this. We're trying to set it up. Anyways, had a beautiful birthday, amazing sangha, all that. And then I'm like, still trying to be strategic so I can come out a little bit unscathed or like a little less affected. Then I look, it was like before dinner, it's 42, after dinner, it's 38. I'm like, oh God, in real time, this is all going away. And then I'm like, now it's the point. If I don't do it now, I may miss the bindi. I may miss the chance, right? So I have to decide if I want to try to optimize strategic something or just say, I don't care. I just don't care. I'll take the loss. I'll take anything. I don't care. I just want to take that initiation from Guru. I just want to break that limiting cognition. I just want to be with Guru. And you can have $10 million, or you can have no money and be karta and be with Swamiji. You know, it's way worth more than $10 million to be with Swamiji, because that's a currency. It can never go down. It can only go up. And it lasts this lifetime, every lifetime, all that. And then, you know, when you do that, then somehow it'll come back in some other form. But yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I do.
Right. I just wanted to give a little thing into it. So I've been working with Peter Bloomfield Aya for this particular thing. So I know the day when Devi Parashakti actually blessed him with karta, as he was sharing, right? So it was like each Bitcoin was about like 60,000, above 60 actually. It was an about 60 mark that was there, 60,000 USD. And like how he was sharing, right? So at that point in time, like it was like Devi intimated. So that is what I was actually sharing. So Devi gave an intimation, come on, do it. So it's like a gentle nudge from the mother that we receive, right? So whenever we are like, we have to do something, some mother always shares, no, come on, do it, like that. So when we are like, we have our own things and we're like, no, why should I do it now? Maybe a little later. Or when we try to just try to play around and then do it. And that's when like, okay, then you take your time. Let's see what's going to happen. So then real time, like literally, like from the day that Peter Aya got the blessing, I think within like 2-3 days, within 48 hours, literally, the entire thing just started dropping. As you can see in the photo.
It's actually the biggest collapse in the history of Bitcoin. And Bitcoin has a long history of collapses.
Yes. So this was just a crash, a complete crash. And it just went down. And so even then, as he was sharing, right? So even then he was still try to be protected. But ultimately, it was not about, especially with him, it was not about with respect to doing the karta or anything, but it was about something else that Devi was showing, something else that Devi was blessing him with. And that is the reason, like Devi took the whole situation to a place where even that last bit of attachment, thinking that the security is from that particular wealth or from that particular money that is going to be held back, is going to give him that security. Just to remove that till the last moment, she just pushed him and he broke free out of that and came through. And actually, there's something that is very, very important that every one of us can listen. Devi has blessed so many people to have the karta. Devi has blessed so many people that she'll manifest through them, manifest the powers and everything. But as he was sharing, it is very, very important that we do the action immediately. Because the first time Devi tells, it's like a nudge that Devi is giving. Never take it for granted. And just do it. You might not logically understand. You might never logically understand what Devi is sharing, what Swamiji is sharing. But it's like they are looking at it from a completely different plane. It's like when I was a small kid in Gurukul back then. So we used to learn about these things, like how Swamiji sees the future versus how we see the future. So we are standing in the ground floor and then we are looking at, oh, there is nothing that is coming. But Swami is there on the 10th floor and then he's telling, hey, there's a car that is coming, don't cross the road. This is exactly like this. Standing in the first floor, we've got no clue as to what is happening. And even if Swamiji tries to explain, we cannot just perceive what it is. The only thing that we could do is to just trust that, hey, Swamiji is there. There's nothing that he can ever gain from me. The only reason he's there is for the compassion, just to give me that breakthrough. Just trust the master's words and jump into it. The moment you're into it, you will just see that beyond and over your imagination of what you could probably get, what you'd probably lose, and all these logical calculations, you will have the best. And so that was something that I was sharing with you. So Ayya, so what is that you really felt that you wanted to share with people around? Like so many people have been blessed with karta. What is your message for them?
I'll say one thing I'll say in it, right before that is when it was happening and it kept going down, I was a little bit like, why they're cooking me like this, you know? What is this that I'm being cooked? And it's because I was resisting doing it. Really, when you look back, Devi says it's going to go down. If you do it now, it won't hit you. If you do it later, that'll hit you worse. But I didn't have the clarity because I was in just resistance to the message. So what that ties into for anyone for karta, I think there's the Devi Puranas and this and that. There could be a Karta Puranas because I feel all of these there could be like a big lila around anyone who takes these steps. And the message is always the same of any story, like you know of the Nayanmars, and they're so selfless and all that. And some beings are naturally selfless, and that's beautiful. Many of us, we ask to be made to a higher being, but our lower selves are still holding on. So we have to kind of get guided into that selfless space, right? So the more we can do it without the push, right? It's like Kalabhairava. If you're going along, he'll be compassionate. If you're not, he'll chew you up, right? So for all the kartas, I'll say the kartas to be, just really lean into it and know, like this money clearly was given to me so that I could do this. I didn't have it before. I had whole clarity. I should do this. I had no doubt the whole time. It was clearly given for me to do this. But then I grabbed onto it, right? And I wanted to hold on to it and keep it for me instead of it was given to me. Now I'm grabbing it. I won't circle it back, right? So just for all the kartas, you will have the circumstances align. Just don't grab on. It's like when Shiva gives a boon and then the devil tries to use the boon to attack Shiva or something like that, right? When you get the boon, no, you have to just give it back and go. We're here to become Shiva. We're not here to gather sand around us in that big wave in the ocean, right? So
exactly.
I think just I asked to do karta. Instantly it happened. So all these people that get lessons for karta, it may happen instantly. Just don't try and then just go with Devi. That's the only way out. Go with Devi, go with Swamiji, and the karta and the bliss is worth beyond anything. And then actually after that, I just know the showering will happen and it'll keep showering and only the bliss will happen more. If you give up anything for Guru, you get Guru and you get the thing. Same thing. It's just like that. So that's what I would say.
Actually, it's so nice to hear as an experience from you. Like many of these things, like so many of us have listened from Swamiji himself in the satsang. But when that actually happens in our life, and even when people actually listen to these things, actually the very reason why I had called you, even though like you shared, right, you told it might be a little raw. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what is needed, because you are experiencing it at this point in time, and it will be a real-time experience, because there are so many people who have been blessed with Karta, and all of them know that there are possibilities that exist, because as you said, that money I know was just given to me to give it back to Swamiji. There is literally nothing that I did for that at all. So I was only supposed to be a medium, but the moment the medium thought, so it's like, I just give a small analogy, but do not compare this with yourself. This is like a story that Swamiji shared, okay? So it's like in the tradition, actually, I think in West Bengal, there is a tradition in the temple where the deity actually goes procession on a donkey. So what the donkey, like when the procession was going on, as the procession kept happening and happening, the people, because the donkey is carrying the deity itself, so that donkey also gets garlanded, and the donkey also gets the puja, the worship and all of that. So as time passed and as it happened, when the donkey started feeling that it's being worshipped, and like it has become God, and no more it needs to bother about God and all of that. So it did not take the deity that day. The next very day, it refused. It was just beaten to death. So this is like literally what happens in our life. Just look at it in our life also. Like we become so integrated, we receive the opportunity, but Maya comes in, delusion comes in, just doesn't stop. It plays its statics, and then Devi and Kalabhairava, all of them are there just so that we are pushed back to our alignment. Nothing else. It's like no other reason also. This entire event also happens so that you're pushed back. Whenever you feel that I has come in, just break that. All of us are here only to be as a channel. When Devi said in the Akashic readings, in the beginning itself, Devi actually blessed that everyone who I'm blessing with wealth, all of you already have the wealth. And all of you are only going to be channels for me to build Kailasa. So all of us know, whoever has been blessed with Karta, all of you please listen. Please understand that you have the wealth that is already there. Your logical idea of thinking that you can protect it, or probably you can save it, and so that it multiplies in a much bigger level and then give it back. And I mean, I know that Peter, I also thought the same thing. And yeah, go ahead. You were telling.
I said that was the game plan.
Exactly. So it was like there's no doubt that he wanted to give, but he had his logical things, thinking that it was logical that he can wait for a lot more time, and then it is going to multiply into much more, and he can do a lot more karta and a lot more offerings. But there's a difference. The moment Devi is blessed, that means you are given, you have become a channel. Do it, and then she will manifest much more for you to do it again and again and again, in a much beyond scale that you can ever imagine. So never hold yourself back. Whenever Devi blesses, you know in your mind that there is something that is there. Yes, I can do it. I can use this. I can use that. Drop all your logical understandings, logical conclusions, your strategy, your cunningness. Just forget all of that. Drop all of that. The moment the thought comes, Devi has told that this wealth is available, just push it into it. Just put it into the karta. You will see that is the best thing that you could ever do in your life. Just like how Peter Aya shared, there is like absolutely no way that what was raising, like it was just skyrocketing, the Bitcoin. After Devi blessed, it just shot down. And Devi specifically blessed on that particular time. And if he did not do this whole thing, then he would have just been, he would have just been stuck with that feeling of a loss and powerlessness, that he was not able to get it in his life. And the whole thing was just gone into vain. And so do not miss that ever in your life. As Peter has shared, when Devi blesses, just do it. Never take it for granted. Whether you can logically understand it or not, just take the jump. So Peter, is there anything else that you'd like to share with every one of us? And like anything else that you'd really like to, like from your experience, right? Like you wanted to do, and then this experience entirely happening. Now you're making the whole thing happen. Like, what is that you really want to convey to all our participants? And maybe just one thing before you start sharing. All three of you who listened, we have listened from Pradimnaya, we have listened from Sri Shivanyana Surupaya, we have now listening from Peter Aya. All of them shared about one thing, which is the puja, connecting with the deities, speaking to Swamiji, connecting with the deities. That is a most extraordinary, most powerful way for you to relate to it. It is because of that feeling connection that you live with. Anytime you even think that you're getting misaligned or out of alignment, you're immediately brought into alignment. Go ahead, Aya, share your experience and anything else that you'd like to share with all our participants and viewers.
Just one thing that connects to this is yesterday was my birthday, like I said, right? And so we had a little dinner last night, and it was, at this point, I want to hang out with Sangha, right? Because then we're all expressions of Swamiji hanging out together. And it was just we went out for dosas and at a really nice place in Los Angeles. And it was just such a blissful experience, not because of anything out of the ordinary, other than the wealth of consciousness that we were having, right? And the oneness and the joy and the bliss and the mutual enjoyment of a community based on oneness and bliss in Swamiji. And it's just, that is the real wealth, right? And I don't want to diminish the value of having material wealth because it has a purpose, but we all know it's all Maya. The only thing that's real is Swamiji. The only thing that's real is Swamiji. So we may forget, and then let us not become the donkey. Let us know the only thing that's real is Swamiji, and give respect where respect is due, and then we'll all enjoy. And also I'll say I think the key point for me in this was when I just dropped it and I said, I cannot do this, express through me and do whatever has to be done. And that was like a very clear moment of surrender, and it hasn't gone away. Like the expression through me, I think, is kind of a new level, is permanent from that. So that surrender was a key moment. Yes.
Great. Such a beautiful experience, Aya, that you shared. And I really thank you very much for coming up and sharing, and also looking forward in keeping in touch with you, and also for you to come and keep in touch with the entire world about your progress and how this entire state you have been able to manifest wealth, and how you're continuously becoming a channel for Swamiji. I'm sure that pretty well all the people who are watching us live would also be wanting to keep in update with you and listen to all your life as to how it is happening. And as you beautifully shared, right, the ultimate protection that we can ever have in our life is having the confidence that you have Devi Parashakti herself, you have Paramashiva himself as Guru, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as our beloved Swamiji, literally physically available in the human body, guiding us, helping us, showing us the path as to what we can do. That is the best and the most, that's the ultimate security that you can ever have. There are so many wealthy people who are there right now, but COVID is not leaving anyone. Your wealth does not matter for COVID, but the only thing that matters at this time of Pralaya is your feeling connection and the protection from the Guru. So do anything to be with the Guru and to fulfill the Guru's words. Never anything against that. You'll only lose it. So thank you very much, Aya, once again for coming up and sharing your experience. It's been a really wonderful time. And thank you once again for coming up.
Thank you, Sundareshwara, for guiding me through this. You have a beautiful voice, beautiful way to connect and keep me integrated. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Nithyanandam. So there, all the viewers, we listened a beautiful experience from Dr. Peter Bloomfield about how he shared his story, his journey with manifesting the Karta, the Devi Parashakti blessed him with. And all the people who are watching us live, do not miss the intimation when you get, especially from Devi Parashakti, from Swamiji himself. Because when, as Swamiji always shares, when I tell, when it is blessed, it is already there. You don't even have to search for it. You just have to decide to do it. That is all is needed. Do not hold back from anything. You do not know from what all you're going to be saved when you do it. So the moment Devi Parashakti has blessed, I request every one of you sincerely, make sure that you just manifest it as a reality. If you need any help, you can always reach out to any of us and we can help you with manifesting the Karta and manifesting Devi Parashakti's blessings in every one of your life. So now it is time that we move over to the next participant. We have another beautiful participant who is waiting to share his experience with us. And I'd like to invite Sri Nitya Tejamayananda Swami onto the panel for taking us through this beautiful sharing. Nityananda Swami.
Nithyananda Maharaj, thank you so much. We've been listening to participants of the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings who received blessings from Devi Parashakti herself and sharing their experiences on how the space was within them for them to receive the blessing from Devi Parashakti. And after the blessings, how the transformation happened, how their realities manifested. So we have with us the next participant to share his experiences with the Akashic reading. We have Raman Ayya from Rajpalayam. Nithyananda Ayya, thank you so much for joining.
Nithyananda Swami.
For the sake of our viewers, can you please introduce yourself, your name, and where you're from, and what you do?
Yes, Swami. Yes, Nithyanandam. Start with Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, I am Ramar from India in Tamil Nadu. So basically, I am in architect. So I am connecting with Swamiji in 2008. So from 2008 till now, I am following our Guru Nithyananda Paramashivam. So it's my introduction. And Swami,
what were you looking for, and how it was the first time you met Swamiji, and how that experience was?
yeah. First, I with the Swamiji in 2008. Just so normal people around the world. I am also the normal human being. So I don't know what the Hindu religion, and I don't know about the Hinduism, and I don't know about the enlightenment. The words are also I don't know what the meaning. So I am only go through the life in the normal human being way, the house and money and some vehicles, some friends and like that. So after that, one day, the 2008 in Radha Yatra, I saw the road on the road. Just my vehicle the crossing the Radha that Radha is crossed at that time. So I just looking, what is this? So who is this guy? So all guys are waiting. So who is this guy? So just I spoke to one guy. Wow, who's this and who's the flag and who's the Radha? So that guy told, this the Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Nithyananda. You don't know? Yes, I don't know Nithyananda, but I know the article. I know the article. Sometime I read. So yes, I know. He is coming. He is coming next day in Rajapalayam. So you please visit them. Oh, thank you. Just like that is happened. And after that, tomorrow that night I go to the sleep. Just remaining. So tomorrow I need to meet some go through. So tomorrow and morning I go to the that area, the ashram. I don't know that area, but first time I go to that ashram. So just I am waiting there. Swamiji, not the lot of crowd is there, but I am waiting the corner. So suddenly all people the sounding. So Swamiji coming, Swamiji coming. Where is Swamiji coming? I just look around 360 degree, but I don't know. I didn't saw that Swamiji body and Swamiji picture. But I am just all around looking. Suddenly he appeared some 20 meter, 30 meter distance. Literally, I saw that darshan. It is now called a darshan, but that time I saw the vision. Literally, look the literally look what I am imagining. God is living in the planet Earth. Maybe my imagine. Maybe God is living in the planet Earth. My imagine is some imagine. So look like this. Look like this. So exactly what I am imagining. So Swamiji give the darshan that picture, that image. So I suddenly my body is something happened in my body. So who's that looking like the God, looking like is Paramashivam? Oh, okay, and I look continuously with Swamiji. So Swamiji come and give the arati, the Radha, and me and Swamiji looking. I am friend of that Radha. So me and Swamiji looking the same the eye. So now I am understanding the Nayana Diksha, but that time I don't know understand, but I am looking continuously 30 seconds or 40 seconds. I don't know, but continuously 30 to 40 seconds continuously I am looking his eye, Swamiji eye. Swamiji also looking me. So exactly it's happened that time. So continuously 30 seconds to 40 seconds. So that time give the Nayana Diksha. After that, I forgot all my things and all my thoughts that time. I continuously go back and that song, the Guru Badame, that song played at that time. So I am melt that song and continuously I am go back with the Radha. So after that, I forgot my vehicle, I forgot the place, I forgot all memories and all thoughts. So after that, I understand something happened in Swamiji and something is there and something is the heading the a big power plant. So after that, I attend the ASB and NSB and clear all data. Normal human being in the world, around the 140 crores in the world, look like same. I am also. So after that, I understand. Oh, the life is under that something, something, something is there in the life. So this life is purposely, life purpose is something happen and something is there. So I correctly understand that time. So the only way and only what called a source, the only source inside with the Guru. So only I really thank Rajapalayam devotees, lot of devotees before that. So I am really thank this time. That guys, all that guys. So that guys also really helping. Yes, Swamiji.
Beautiful, yeah. And just goes on to show that Swamiji first also gives us the oneness experience and allows us to enjoy that beautiful space of oneness with Swamiji. So that's so beautifully shared. And please tell us about this Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading. When you first heard about it, what did you think? And how did you decide to ask the question? And when you actually received the blessing from Devi Parashakti, how it was? Please go ahead and share.
Yes. Yes, that ancient, that is a miracle for me. So lot of guys are waiting for Devi, uh, Devi replying, and Devi the darshan, and Devi replying his questions. So just I am watching 4 days, 4 days continuously, 4 to 5 days continuously. Devi Akashic reading. So after that, first time I am not putting how to weigh message, but after that, okay, Devi also, all human beings, all devotees know that. That thinking. So Devi also reading my command and reading my need to blessing. So at the same time, I am also putting the message to for my health and wealth. So first I give the command, Swamiji, please give the good health and good wealth. So Devi Parashakti also the first command, and saw that, and Tadastu, give the Tadastu Ram Ramar. The name is Devi uttered that name at the time. My Ananda Ganda is literally suddenly vibrating. So suddenly vibrating the Ananda Ganda. So that time I understand. So Swamiji living which area in the human body? So my understanding is, I don't know what the full details, but my understanding is Swamiji live in our body, where it is live. The Ananda Handa is Swamiji literally living. So my experience, so I don't know this message. So my experience. So it's all um, I give my experience. Literally, Swamiji live in the body. Which part? The Ananda Kanda is only the part. Swamiji living. My experience. So that time Ananda Kanda is vibrating, suddenly vibrating, and I saw the um, my mobile phone, and Devi attending my commands. So Ram Ramar Tatasto. After that, okay, I'm Swamiji attending. Swamiji give the blessing. Thank you, Swamiji. I posted. Thank you, Swamiji. And after that, suddenly I need to one more blessing, and one more varam, means one more blessing. So Rajapalaya Madinam, about Rajapalaya Madinam, Swamiji attend within 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, again Swamiji attend my commands. Ram Ramar, give the all rooms, and I will take care. Oh, what a great grace, and what a great blessings. That day, I fully enjoy 24 hours. I melting, and 24 hours enjoying my thoughts. Always Swamiji ke what attending my name, and what attending I sweet, and I my memory is also sweetness. So that time I'm melting. So exactly. After that, yeah, after next day also same. Next day after the day after tomorrow, maybe 1 day gap. So I am also putting the message about my kids. So I have a 5 years old female kids. So Swamiji blessing kids. So here that kids also Swamiji apple baby. So I attending. I gave the command for that kids. Swamiji directly attending my name suddenly. So Devi Parashakti directly attending. So okay, Ram Ramar, don't worry, give all Shakti to your kids. So after that, Swami, I clearly mentioned this time. After that, the blessing giving the Parashakti. So after that, my not give the kids were not my kids. The Swamiji kid, the female 5 years old baby, his activity, his speech, way of speech, and way of activities, and way of attending our questions and attending our words, the parents' words, that literally change. That literally change. So because that baby receiving that Shakti also suddenly that time. So Devi also giving the boon, giving the blessing. So Devi blessing suddenly happened. Suddenly happened.
It's a beautiful sharing. And Devi, in so many different ways, gives us a blessing. And in your case, you were not even, that is for the first time, not even there physically to be able to receive the blessings directly. But that was not even required, because she was able to connect with you in oneness and give you that same experience of being with her and being in front of her, wherever you were, and able to transmit that experience. And in that experience also, there were no words involved, because in a normal question and then Devi responding to us, there are words through which she communicates. And in the way that she gave you the blessing, there were, the words were not even needed. So she was just able to transmit the Shakti, the new birth that she wanted to create, your reality. It was all delivered to you without even any words, without even you being there, physically being there when the questions were being asked. And wherever you were, Devi was showering you with that connection and then giving you the blessing. So that is so beautiful. Thank you so much, Aya. Is there anything else that you would like to share with all the participants, all the viewers about this Akashic reading? And especially now that we have the COVID-19 situation, which is really worsening, especially in India. What is it that you want to share with all our viewers?
Yeah. Yes, Swamiji. Yes, I need to give the some satyas. So Swamiji revealed before that already. Just this happening, the pandemic, this whole world. So this time, I really attend my inner space. Swamiji literally protect all our devotees, all our Sangha peoples, and all our loving Swamiji loving peoples. So Swamiji protecting all that, but my experience, the Swamiji protecting. Now we are living. That is the most experience. This only is now. This only is most valuable. Not money, not place, and something else. Not required. Now required. We are living. So this pandemic going on around the world, we are living is the most blessing. We are most very important blessing only need, because we are also saw that all hospital and all around the hospitality. So lot of people said yesterday also some 34,000 people only yesterday only 34,000 people died. So so we are living is great from Swamiji, great protecting from Swamiji, from Kalabhairava. So Swamiji only. So look like in the sky, the one eagle, so big eagle in the flying. So downside in the ground earth, the can how to protect that kids. That exactly happening this time. Swamiji, the protecting, how the can protecting the kids from the eagle, from protecting from eagle. So same look like the pandemic, creating the pandemic go around the world. So Swamiji literally protecting us. So how we are living this time? Around us, we are going to war. We are facing to war. How we are protecting the Gunda, the Kavasha, and the something like the protecting weapons. The protecting weapons in the war. So we are the know about the war, the Mahabharata war, the Ramayana war. So we are know about the war. So look like. So now war is happening. So now the pandemic war is happening. So how to protect ourselves? So only way is the Kandamala. Don't remove and don't forget. And also the Kapu. Swamiji give the great opportunity, the great weapons and the great protecting materials. So the Kapu. And after that, Atmalinga. So Swamiji give every disabled, every Diksha disabled have the Atmalinga. Don't forget with yourself the Atmalinga anytime, everywhere. Swamiji also the giving the word. Our devotee also the Atmalinga with always holding our devotee. So the bathing and the toilet going down, Swamiji always giving the some words. That time the forgot. So that time remove Atmalinga is removed and some Rudraksha is removed inside the bathroom and some toilet room. So that area, some god is especially have the some god. So Swamiji look like always attending this verse. Don't remove Atmalinga and Kandamala. So always Swamiji is all around every. Swamiji know the every action and every thoughts. So don't remove Atmalinga and Kandamala. So we with always with us. So anytime and anywhere. So literally this pandemic creating the whole world. So Swamiji look like Swamiji always told that this is for the Kandamala for the landline. So directly connect with Swamiji, give the holding the Kandamala. Swamiji, please help me. Like suddenly Swamiji attending this our prayer. So Swamiji always telling Kandamala is our directly connect to the wireless phone. So wireless. That is my experience and my give the all devotees and disciples in the all around the world. Please protecting yourself. Swamiji always protecting. Swamiji give the yesterday also. Swamiji give the all 8 direction. So I am protecting you guys. So Swamiji,
thank you for sharing that part. Again and again, during the daily Akashic readings, daily Parashakti's Akashic readings, we heard us say, not to fear not, have no fear. I am here to protect you. So it's a beautiful blessing to receive, especially at this point of time, where the whole world is going through a lot of uncertainties, a lot of fear, a lot of apprehension, and it is so nice to see that we are able to connect with that. And not only that, like you mentioned, just connecting with Swamiji at any point, like an instant connection, either the Gantamala or the doctor or whatever. However, you would like to connect with Swamiji, just by being an instant, you can connect with him and be in the space of oneness with him. Simply by chanting the Mahavakya, any form, any way, connecting with him. And there's assurance that he is going to be here and protecting us, whatever it is, whatever the need of the hour for us is. And when we just simply call him, he just rushes to our protection, and he is there for us all the time. And with whatever is going on in the planet, whatever is happening the last 2 years, to know that there is Swamiji and his eternal presence and his abundant compassion for the receiving the blessings, receiving the protection from them at any point. It's just the only way to be. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining at this point of time and talking with us. And looks like I think we have a plenty of your video connection as well. So we will definitely like to have you again and share your experiences with your journey with this one. So thank you once again for joining us in this part. And with that, we conclude this segment of sharing from participants of the Akashic reading from Devi Parashakti. We'll enter the next segment after this.
Yes, Swamiji, thank you. Thank you, Nithyanandam. Thank you.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Baba Samadhi Darshan is a spiritual treat. Enjoy. Spiritual feast. Enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Baba Samadhi Darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state. All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian, get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everybody. It's now time that we enter into the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. All of us very beautifully experienced the sharings from various different disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how in their very life they are able to see the miracles of Devi Parashakti constantly happening. So many of them shared various different experiences with Swamiji, how Swamiji is constantly protecting them in every field of their life, taking them to the higher and higher levels of breakthroughs in their very life. In this segment, every one of us are going to see how we can relate with Devi Parashakti. How is it that we can connect with Devi Parashakti and receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti? So I request every one of you to come to the space of listening as we enter into this segment. Offerings to Devi Parashakti. What exactly is an offering? Offering is giving of a divine gift of love, devotion, oneness to any deity, to any god and goddesses of Kailasa. It consists of two parts. One is giving, another is accepting. We might give, but what actually matters is whether they accept. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear or greed, but it is made out of pure love and devotion towards the God or Guru. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela that is played out for the one and only purpose of enlightenment. Whatever we are offering in our life, whatever material wealth, assets, anything that we have, when we offer it to Swamiji, the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, today to Devi Parashakti, it's only from one reason and one context for us to experience that love, that feeling connection with Devi Parashakti more and more. Never you can have a business transaction with Paramashiva or Parashakti. You can never have a business transaction with Guru. It can never be out of fear or greed. You give me this, I'll give you back that. No. It is just pure love, an expression of your love, that the entire thing happens. Let us now look at what are the different offerings that is available to Devi Parashakti, through which we can relate to Devi Parashakti. Let's listen to the beautiful Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which describes her very form. Indunivashekara Vahni Nayanam Syat Pankaja Varabhaya Japakshara Sayuktam Angahima Bhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tungama Kutojvala Manonmani Swarupam. Moon-like face, holding Veda on hand, fire in the eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and in wonderful clothes, and the shining big crown. Her name is Manonmani. Another beautiful reference is from the Moolagama. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam Savye padmam varadamapare chabaye chakshamalam Divyairabharanir vibhushitatanum brahmadi vippujitam Devi meva manonmani pratidinam kamartadatrim shubham. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and hold lotus, Veda, and gracing, blessing hands and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. A beautiful description of Devi Parashakti, her very form. The offerings that we are going to do today would be made of gold. So let us understand the significance of the divine element gold. The gold is actually described at multiple places in our Vedas and Agamas. It is mentioned in the Atharvana Veda, the Rig Veda, the Upanishads, the Itihasas, the Puranas, the Bhagavad Gita, in multiple places, because it's a divine element. Literally, gold purifies anything and everything that it touches. It's an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. The vibrations of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy, which is the positive thought currents and positive energy, into anyone who wears it and anyone who sees it and even operates it in its vicinity. Gold is present in all scriptures. In the Hindu civilization, it is considered as the most auspicious, the most purest metals that anyone can wear. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built and done in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold. When someone had to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. It was gold that was in abundance that was there, where even the cows, when before they were bought, they were weighed in equal amounts of gold and bought. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. Streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called as the Hiranmaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and River Saraswati is called the Hiranyavartini in the Atharvana Veda. The gold as the supreme element is used to offer gifts to the ones that you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities made in gold and decked in gold, adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands and thousands of years to come. It lasts forever. Let us look at the offerings today that are available for us. The first offering is the e-hundi. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Vayapaha, Shambhave Shararadhyaye Sharvane Sharmadayine. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fears. This is a beautiful verse which describes very clearly that Devi Parashakti is only here, and we can only experience Devi Parashakti in our life through true devotion. There is nothing else that can shake her, nothing else that can move her, other than the true devotion towards her. Offer the e-hundi, which is any amount of money that you'd like to offer to Devi Parashakti, from the context of just having the pure devotion, feeling connection and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. From that space, just offer any amount that you would like to Devi Parashakti. It is the e-hundi offering. Let's now look at the next offering. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. It costs $1. This very offering itself is given so that any of the conscious resolutions that we have in our life, that we want to manifest as a reality in our life, just hold the deep resolution in you, the conscious decision, conscious resolution in you. From that space, offer just $1 to Devi Parashakti. You will see that you receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to make those conscious resolutions as a reality in your life. It can be anything. It can be with respect to the current COVID situation that the world is facing. It can be something from my personal life. It can be anything. Just that integrated conscious declaration and decision and resolution. From that space, offering $1, you will just see that Devi Parashakti manifests and blesses you for the fruition of that desire. The next offering that we are looking at is a Sahasranama Swarnakasa. Beautifully, there's a verse in the Lalita Sahasranamam which describes Devi as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and a very unique archana that is offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Mahameru of Devi Parashakti is the three-dimensional geometric representation of Devi Parashakti. Whenever we offer the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, whichever name we are offering, those particular qualities of Devi Parashakti gets instilled on us and we start expressing and experiencing those different attributes of the names of Devi Parashakti. You will see that all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti become a reality in you. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. It costs $251 to $501 to $750. Muktahara Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhabasuram Sarvabhishtapala Pradhangi Sutamani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaranidim. I bow to Goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears the anklets that are studded with a gemstone and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, and the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain never bowing to that goddess, the ocean of compassion. Offer the Mukta Anguti to Devi Parashakti to be showered with wealth in your life, to receive financial abundance in your life, to have a breakthrough in your career. Offer the finger ring with pearl. You can head over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to offer any of these sevas that we're looking at here. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus, cost $600 US. There are so many different significance of the gold lotus. Hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, Parashakti. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of the deities using the lotus. The Shakti of Paramashiva is called in the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva, who is yet to blossom, is also considered as a lotus. Offer the gold lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space, amidst every adverse and any adverse situation in your life. Just like how the lotus grows out from the muddy pool, but comes out to be untouched by anything that it has gone through. Receive the blessings to just live life that way. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is a Swarnameti, the golden touring. Offer the Swarnameti, which is the golden touring, to Devi Parashakti to get yourself bestowed with all the auspiciousness of Devi Parashakti, to intensify that feeling connection with Devi Parashakti, have health and wellness in your life. It costs $750 US. The next offering to Devi Parashakti that we're looking at is the Pratyakshapada Puja. The Swarna Mangtika, which is the golden hairline jewelry. This golden hairline jewelry, there's a beautiful verse, Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. The Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. Anyone who worships Devi Parashakti and offers the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti will experience the flow of the ultimate, the Kundalini Shakti, the ultimate conscious bliss, the nectar oozing out in their Sahasrara chakra, experiencing the very powerful space of Devi Parashakti. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Pratyakshapada Puja, which is offering of the Pada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the living incarnation of Devi Parashakti herself. You can offer the Pratyakshapada Puja to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to experience the truth that over and beyond any material wealth that is there in your life, whether you had it, you're going to have it, having it, whatever state of life you might be in, the ultimate blessing is when you know it very clearly that you are protected by Devi, by Paramashiva, by Guru himself. So there is nothing to worry about. That powerfulness will be bestowed upon you by offering the Pratyakshapada Puja to Nijavatara, our beloved Swamiji. The next offering is the Vastralankara Seva, which costs $1,008 US. Offer the Vastralankara Seva to Devi Parashakti and the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti, our beloved Swamiji, to receive protection from all kinds of problems that we are going through in this world, right from the corona to any other sickness that would come. To be protected from all of that, offer the Vastralankara Seva. So here we are looking at the links to offer any of these sevas. So in the registration form, there are two different links. One who wants to offer the sevas, another one who wants to make the payment immediately. So the registration form for those who are interested in offering, but you need help with manifesting, you need to clear some obstacles that are there. I request all of you to go over to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and in that you can actually go over and fill in your details and also the problems or where you're stuck, what kind of breakthrough you want, and we will contact you. The next link is for those who want to make the payment immediately and offer the seva to Devi Parashakti. You all can go over to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and from there you can actually select the sevas that you like to offer. And once you're done with the payment, please go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021 to fill in the details of your purchase so that we can have your name read out during the Sankalpa for Devi Parashakti. Please take a few moments to go over to these links and explore these links. We'll be having a run through of how we can also use these links to offer our seva to Devi Parashakti. Please take a few moments to do it.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let us look at how we can offer the various other sevas. So once you go over to the link, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, you'll be redirected to this page that we are currently seeing. And here, you can scroll down and choose the seva that you'd like to offer. You can choose the option. You can choose any option that you'd wish to offer. So here I'm going to be selecting the golden flower that can be offered to Devi Parashakti, the golden lotus. And next what I have to do is to click on add to cart. So you'll be redirected to the next page. So here we're looking at the offerings. Here you can just confirm your order, make sure that whatever you wanted to offer is sure. And what you have to do next is nothing but proceed to checkout. Just click on proceed to checkout. And you'll see that you'll be redirected to the page where you have to input your billing details, additional information, if there's anything, and just place the order. Just go over and click on place the order. So it is as simple as that. As soon as you do it, you will see that you're able to offer these sevas. Now, we also have another beautiful opportunity of offering the sevas, especially for those of you who want to offer the e-hundi and the Sankalpa. You can all go over to the YouTube. I'll be sharing that with every one of you now. So here what we are looking at on the screen is actually the official YouTube channel, the live that is being relayed. So in this YouTube channel, we are actually in the live stream. Go over to the chat section. And so here, this is the chat section that is there. So in the chat section, you have an option to say something. You also have the smiley emoji that is there. You also have the dollar symbol that is there. So go over and click on the dollar symbol and just click on the super chat. So once you click on the super chat, you have any amount of money that you'd like to offer, right from 20 INR till 10,000 INR. You can offer any amount of money that you wish to Devi Parashakti. And once you've chosen the amount of money that you'd like to offer, just go over and click on buy and send. As soon as you do it, you'll be redirected to another window, a pop-up window that will actually show you the details for you to add the billing details. You can add the credit card or debit card, or you could also use the UPI if it is enabled in your local areas. And you all you have to do is just go and click on buy. That's it. So once you click on that, you will see that it will immediately show up on the chat. And for those of you, now you can see that the members only mode is turned on. So for you to join the channel, so for you to actually message, as we all know, this is one of the main platforms through which we can message our questions and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So those of you who really want to ask your questions to Devi Parashakti, you can actually join the channel. So what you have to do here is go and click on join. So there's an option here called join. Click on join, you'll see this pop-up window, and you can actually choose. You can choose e-Kailash in bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or premium, each of them at various different price ranges. So just go over and click on join. So click on any particular thing that you'd like to join us on, and you're done. So basically you just have to click on join. You'll be redirected to the payment gateway again. Fill in your details and just click on buy. Over. So then you'll be part of the channel. Once that is done, you can actually ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. So I request every one of you who are watching us live at this point in time, please make sure that you take a few minutes. Do not miss this opportunity. I request all of you to go to either Facebook, either YouTube, or the tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and offer any seva. It doesn't matter whether you're offering $1 or $1 million. What matters really is out of which space are you offering it. So go over, do not miss this opportunity. Take the time and offer your contribution to Kailasa just to make a statement to yourself and to the world, and to offer your gratitude that Devi Parashakti is the greatest happening in my life. There's nothing that can ever get better. Please take a few moments to offer, after which we'll be entering into the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
all those of you who are needing help with the offering of these sevas. If you have any doubts, you can always feel free to contact us. You can put your message in the Zoom chat, or you can also put your message in the YouTube live chat or the Facebook live chat in any way. We're always available, ready to help you out with offering any of the sevas that you'd wish to offer. So please take this time, make sure that every one of you are offering. Our tradition also says very clearly that there are 5 people we should never meet empty-handed. The Vedas and Agamas mandate this. God, Guru, King, child, or a pregnant woman. All of them should always be given something. We should always take something and go whenever we meet them. Today we are all blessed to have the darshan of Devi Parashakti herself manifesting through our beloved Swamiji. So please make sure that all of you are offering the sevas. Now, it is time that we enter into the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where we are going to be understanding how we can ask our questions to Devi Parashakti and receive her blessings in every one of our life. Please stay tuned.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 1 or 2 times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By 3rd time, 4th time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my guru, gave me an instruction, and then he asked, "Will you do it?" I was shocked. I immediately folded my hands and said, "You are God, you are Shiva. How can I not do what you say?" He laughed and said, "No, only if you know I am the guru who is going to make you experience God, you need to listen to me." Understand? The most powerful cognition is God is Guru to make you realize you are God. Only then you will achieve enlightenment. is the manifest form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is unmanifest source of Guru. Once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru, gave me an instruction and then he asked, will you do it? I was shocked. I immediately folded my hands and said, you are God, you are Shiva. How can I not do what you say? He laughed and said, no, only if you know I am the Guru who is going to make you experience God, you need to listen to me. Understand? The most powerful cognition is God is Guru to make you realize you are God. Only then you will achieve enlightenment. Guru is the manifest form of Paramashiva.
So now, let us understand how we can directly ask our questions to Devi Parashakti, who is manifesting through Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So the first way in which we are going to be connecting with Devi and asking our questions to directly to Devi Parashakti is a YouTube. So now, first step is to join the membership by clicking there. Once you go to the official page, official YouTube channel of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, Nithyananda. So Nithyananda is the name of the official YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. So once you type that, you get our official channel. Then you go over and join the membership. You can see here, you go over here and join the membership by clicking here. The second step is once you join the membership, it will lead you to do the few steps. And once you join, then the second step, you can go over to the comments and put your questions, whatever you want to ask to Devi Parashakti directly. You can put your comments there and then you will get your answers. So the second way in which you are going to be asking questions to Devi Parashakti is the Facebook. First, we go over and like and follow Kailasa, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. So once you do that, then you can go in the comment section where the live happening of Devi Parashakti is going on. So once the live starts, you can put your comments on the comment section of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Facebook page. The third step, the third way in which we can connect with Devi and ask our question is the Twitter. So the first step one is to follow the official page of His Divine Holiness at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter. Once you follow that, then the second step where the live happening is going on in Twitter, when the live starts, when Devi Parashakti starts reading the Akashic records, then you can put your questions in reply section of the tweet with the hashtag as the avatar. The fourth way in which we are going to be connecting with Devi is through Instagram. So step 1 is to follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. And once you do that, then step 2 is ask your questions in comments. So in the Instagram feed, you can go over and ask your question in the comments. The fifth way is through WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. So step 1 is to search kailasa.org on Google. So once you do that, then you join there. Then once you join, you have an option of WhatsApp chat. So you go there and click, and whatever questions you want to ask to Devi, Parashakti, you can go there and start posting your question there. So you can ask any of your questions there in the WhatsApp chat. So please take a few minutes to follow the official pages of Festival holders Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, so that notified whenever the live or any of the programs which are going to be happening, which has happened, which is yet to happen. So you can offer and ask any of the questions once the live starts, and you will get notified whenever the live is happening. So please take a few minutes to join and follow all the official pages of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So now, once you join, it's our opportunity to enrich humanity. Nithyananda, please take a few minutes to follow all the official pages of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now, let's enter into the next segment, is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Nithyananda. Yes, we have Sri Tejonanda Swami, who is going to be guiding us and to the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Nithyananda Swami.
Nithyananda Maharaj, thank you so much. We'll now enter into the next segment, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is the right context for us to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and how we can prepare ourselves to be able to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, manifesting herself through the Nijavatara, Supreme Lord of Hindus and Second Guru Mahasamvidana, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam. We'll understand the right context from where we can receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, and how we can connect with her prepare ourselves so we can receive her Shakti, her blessings, and our response to any questions that we may ask. First thing that we can do is to manifest oneness, dress up like Devi. All the ornaments, all the vastrams, everything that she wears, all the paraphernalia that she carries, we can just dress up like Devi and manifest and be in oneness with Devi Parashakti. This is one of the beautiful ways to connect with Devi and be in oneness. And we can offer one or more of these Naivedyam, the food offerings mentioned below, and give to Devi Parashakti as we become ready, as we make ourselves prepared for her darshan. We can offer and connect with Devi Parashakti. We can offer one of these Naivedyams. It can be either sweet pongal, tamarind rice, curd rice, murukku, appam, adirasam, pal, payasam, which is the same as milk here, vada or laddu. You can offer any or many of these Naivedyas. The Malini Vijayottara Tantra, verse 60 says, Katana Chakti Patadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Svaguro Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings, Katana, by the Shakti Pata, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru, Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, Paramam Padam, is attained. This verse beautifully says the way how we can achieve the ultimate goal, the ultimate space, Paramam Padam, how that can be achieved. And so many different ways are being described, being related here. It can be either through the enlightening teachings of the Guru, through the Shakti Pata, which is the transmission of the spiritual powers from the Guru, let us say. By looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, just by having the darshan of the sacred feet of the Guru, or simply by the grace, the abundant compassion, and the complete loving favor of the Guru, the prasada, the goal, the fruit, the space, Paramapadam is attained. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created for meditation on the avatar. When we meditate on the avatar, the energy that happens within us, that is created within us, the emotional and spiritual energy, directing that and activating that is the right bhava. The Supreme Body of Hinduism, Jagat Brahma Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, expands on the science of the mirroring of neurons. The brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of meditation. When we see the Supreme Body of Hinduism, Jagat Brahma Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, manifesting Devi Parashakti just by darshan, just by us seeing and not actively imitating, not any physical act of imitation. The same happening can be mirrored in our neurons. Whatever is happening that we see can be mirrored in our neurons as well. The science of Bhava Samadhi darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon. Modern science is just discovering, and modern science is calling it quantum tunneling. Our thoughts per second reduces significantly, and we relax in the space beyond the thoughts, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond the duality, which means we and the divine, we and what we see as an experience manifesting in front of us are the same, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. This is why a darshan that has happened earlier also, when we see it, we have the same mirroring of the neurons happen also. This is a science that Einstein could not believe, and today researchers are exploring it to be true. There is numerous research by many institutions on this mirroring of neurons. The science behind quantum tunneling. This same science is imposed on people who have the Bhava Samadhi darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neurons of the divine immediately. When we are witnessing the Supreme Quantum of Venus and Jagat Guru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam, manifesting Devi Parashakti, the same can be mirrored in ourselves. The same neurons, the neuron mirroring can happen through quantum tunneling within us. We are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the same exact neurons. The science of Bhava Samadhi darshan and how we can prepare ourselves for this. The science of Nija Avatar, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness, which is formless, and how the Nija Avatara expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira and manifests as Nija Avatara, the physical form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So there are three things happening here. One is the Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness, the formless consciousness. Then the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, how the consciousness expresses itself through the Divya Sharira, how it can manifest itself. And then we have the Nija Avatar, which has a physical form. The consciousness, which is the formless, the Divya Sharira, which is the light body, and then the Nija Avatar, which is the physical embodied form that we can actually see and relate with. So the three forms, the presence, the conscious, the supreme consciousness transcends itself into these three forms. The light body, which is the Divya Sharira, and manifests as Nija Avatar, which is the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. For us to experience the ultimate, the formless, the Nija Avatar, the embodied form, expresses, manifests that form, the light body form, through the Nija Avatara. We can see how this actually turns out, how it is something that we can experience. For example, Devi Parashakti, the formless, expresses through the being of Raja Rajeshwari and manifests as Nija Avatar, the physical form, as Devi Meenakshi. Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation who manifested, who incarnated in the city of Madurai, and she blessed and healed the whole world. In the same way, Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as Nijavatara in the physical form of this great body of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. In much the same way, Bhagavan Parandama, the formless consciousness, expresses the being of Mahavishnu, which is the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. The Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. The Archavatar is able to reflect the consciousness energy. The manifestation of the superconscious energy is possible, but it requires a maturity from all of us, the human beings, to be able to receive that experience. So the avatar, which is the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge bridge that gap and creates that experience of superconscious energy in all of us. When we have the Bhava Samadhi darshan of the Nijavatar, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened witness. This is the ultimate prasada. The auspicious components, the powerfulness of those dimensions of the Supreme Consciousness, Paramashiva, are awakenedness. This is the prasada of Bhava Samadhi darshan. The dimension of Paramashiva manifested in the Nijavatar of Bhagavan, Supreme Body of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidana, is the very holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. For us to experience the various dimensions is Bhava Samadhi darshan. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our innocence learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. To directly relate and allow the window to expand and have a glimpse of the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens the space of Paramashiva, ultimate consciousness during Bhava Samadhi darshan. To have a glimpse of having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation. Gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels. So darshan meditation is a beautiful preparation for us to enter into that space of gratitude and hold the conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa of whatever we want to manifest in our lives. This is the right context to receive darshan. I know you are the source of everything, the Supreme Consciousness. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and you are in this body. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. Just knowing that you are the source of both and requesting the blessings that let you reveal yourself to me and let me be in the Bhava Samadhi. That is the right context to receive darshan. Now, let's take a few moments to set up the Pancha Upachara Puja. The Pancha Upacharas, the 5 offerings are sandalwood paste or powder, flowers, incense, a lamp, and food offering. You can enter your Naivedyam offerings at tiny.cc/food donation.
Now, it is time that we enter into the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is going to be the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. While we all prepare to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti and the Akashic readings of Devi Parashakti, we shall begin the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. To have the powerful cognitions and conscious resolutions to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Shri Nityanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Om Mamo Pata Samasta Duritakshadvara Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartam.
I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam.
Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilandakoti Brahmanda Nayakasya.
Who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, and who is the Lord of the cosmos.
Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tirobhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya.
The one who is the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation.
Adimadhyantarhitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvat Gocharasya Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Rishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadi Vatulanta Mahatantrakya Shevagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamagaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Saivaswarupasya Nityananda Padastasya Nityananda Swarupasya Suddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiv Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nityananda Paramashivasya cha Prityartam Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshititame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharito Shubhamase Shubhavakshe Shubhadito Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Yevam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito.
During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa Kal Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Mano, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, the island called Jambu, the continent called Bharata Varsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shakha era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the 6 years which is in practice, of which Prabhava is the first year, in the auspicious Uttarayana, the auspicious season, the auspicious month, the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, during the auspicious Yoga and auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment.
Adi Kailase Kalparvikshasya Adaha Nityanandanagare Smrtasmritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre Namadheyasya Namnyaha Yajamanana Mavayo Sakutumbhana Bandhuvarganam Dayadivarganam Mitravarganam Sodravarganam Samesham.
For all those who are participants, hosts, and me with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone.
Sarvabhishta Siddhyartam Sarvamangalavapyartam Uttarottara Anavachinna Sthira Lakshmi Praptyartam Kutumbe Sarvesham Sarvabhishta Siddhyartam Chintita Manortha Avapyartam Samesham Adivyadhinivrityartam Samesham Shiradipada Paryantam Vidyamananam Samesho Angesho Janita Janishyamana Sakalavida Nana Vida Roganam Yapohartam तद्वारा अरोगदृढगात्रवकुसिद्ध्यर्थम् शमेषां परैः कतृभिश्च कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविद मन्त्रतन्त्र यन्त्र विषचूर्ण अभिचार सम्भन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मन्त्रिका प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षान प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थम्.
That protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the acts performed by people, either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc.
अपमृत्यु दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं काल मृत्यु अकाल मृत्यु दुर्मृत्यु निवृत्त्यर्थं समेषाम् अंतर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूर दृष्टि व्यापार दृष्टि अनुकूल दृष्टि प्रतिकूल दृष्टि इत्यादि सकल विध दृष्ट दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं.
That all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty-filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of the evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being, we remove.
समेषाम् अंतःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूरशत्रु व्यापारशत्रु अनुकूलशत्रु प्रतिकूलशत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रुबाध निवृत्त्यर्थं समेषाम् मातृशापादि सकलविध शापानां व्यपोहनार्थम्.
Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed.
अनादि अविद्यानाशयन प्रवर्तमाने अस्मिन् महते संसारचक्रे विचित्रभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकदा जनित्वा केनापि पुण्यकर्म विशेषेण भगवतः श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवस्य अपरमितया कृपया इदानीन्तन मनुष्यजन्म प्राप्तवतां समेषाम् इह जन्मनि पूर्वजन्मनि जन्मान्तरेषु सर्वैः कृतानां शिवनिन्दा देवीनिन्दा गुरुनिन्दा दोषव्यपोहार्थं शिवापराध देव्यापराध गुरुवपराध दोषव्यपोहार्थं ब्रह्महत्या सुरापान स्वर्णस्तेय गुरुतल्पगमान तत्संसर्गाख्य पंचमापातकादि समस्तपाप विधिकरार्थम् अपि च सर्वैः बाल्ये वयसि कौमारे यौवने वार्धक्ये च.
All the karma effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person be removed.
जागृत स्वप्न सुषुप्ति अवस्थासु कर्मेन्द्रिय ज्ञानेन्द्रिय व्यापारैः संभावितानां रहस्यकृतानां प्रकाशकृतानाम् अतिपातकानाम् उपपातकानां संकलीकरणानां मलिनीकरणानाम् अपात्रीकरणानां छातिभ्रंशकानां प्रकृतिनितानाम् एवं नवानां नवविधानां बहूनां भूविधानां सर्वेषां पापानां सद्यः अपनोदनद्वार समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थं शिवभक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरुभक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवत्व परमशिवस्थितिः परमशिवशक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम् अन्योन्य प्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थं पूर्णत्व सिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वापनिवृत्त्यर्थं क्षिप्र आरोग्यवाप्यर्थम् आयुरभिवृद्ध्यर्थं व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजनवशीकरणार्थं तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नतस्थान प्राप्त्यर्थम्.
Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
बहुदान सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थं ग्रह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धनधान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम् आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोषपीड निवारणार्थम् आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां अनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थं भूम्यान्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्मराक्षस वेताल कूष्मांड डाकिनी शाकी इत्यादि सर्व अरिष्ट निवारणार्थम्.
Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on the planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, Pishacha, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, Kushmanda, Dakini, Shakini be removed.
मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थं प्रारब्धे कर्माणि करिष्यमाणे कर्माणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थम्.
Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world, and spirituality.
समस्त मणिवर्तनार्थं धनलक्ष्मी, धान्यलक्ष्मी, संतानलक्ष्मी, सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी, विद्यालक्ष्मी, शौर्यलक्ष्मी, वीरलक्ष्मी, विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम.
Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhanalakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Veera Lakshmi, Vijaya Lakshmi.
परीक्षासु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थम सर्व विद्या पारंगत सिद्ध्यर्थम मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम.
Top rank be obtained in the examination. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let the memory power, understanding ability be increased.
इत्यादि सकल विदा सन्मंगलानि गुरुकृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुता सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान चक्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विर्शान विजीमूत परमथ कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु दीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजो छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभ स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरी योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धा विचित्र चूड़ामणि साक्षात श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाण पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अठलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अठलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजिता श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त मंगलवाप्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलवाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजा प्रार्थनं करिष्ये. ओम आनंद निलयाय नमः. ओम भवरोगभेषजाय नमः. ओम कल्पतरवे नमः. ओम पशुपतये नमः. ओम पाशविमोचकाय नमः. ओम ईप्सितफलदायकाय नमः. ओम भाग्यवृत्तिपरिवर्तकाय नमः. ॐ आदिव्याधिविनाशकाय नमः। ॐ समस्तकल्याणगुणान्विताय नमः। ॐ विडदिपुरीशाय नमः। ॐ श्रीकैलासपतये नमः। ॐ शिवशक्त्यैकस्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ ह्रीं नित्यानन्दाय नमः। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप श्री सर्वस्वरूपाय श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिने नमः। ओम नित्यानंदम। Let us all, being seated in this deep and beautiful space of creating the conscious resolutions, prepare ourselves to enter into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please set up the Panchopachara Puja items, the sandalwood paste or powder, the flowers, incense stick, lamp and the food offering. Please take a few moments to set this up.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
It is now time that we enter into the meditation for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line to receive the grace and the blessings of Devi Parashakti. Remember Devi Parashakti in your inner space and sit with your eyes closed, remembering her in your very inner space.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Friends, now get ready to receive the darshan of the Parashakti.
Nithyananda
Wherever we are, sitting as straight as possible, closing our eyes, and allowing the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya happening within us in the space of oneness with the Parashakti. It has become available and be ready to receive the darshan of the Parashakti.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Let us remember the right context. Supreme consciousness, the form, the Devi Parashakti, is manifesting in the embodied form. Supreme consciousness, the formless, is manifesting in the embodied form, image avatara, supreme quantity of Hinduism, is divine goodness, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam. And you are the source of this body as well. You are the source of both. Let me be in oneness with you. Let me have the Bhava Samadhi darshan. Let us hold this context, allowing the nature, the ajapa japa to happen inside us, the ajapa japa of the Mahavakya happening inside us, sitting as straight as possible, and closing our eyes. Let us become available to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sitting as straight as possible, closing our eyes, having the Ajapajapa happen inside us, and resting in that context. Simple prayer, asking Devi Parashakti, let me have the Bhava Samadhi darshan of you. Simply asking Devi Parashakti for that blessing. Having that conscious intention to receive the Bhava Samadhi darshan, let us become available to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Once again, let us hold the context to receive Devi Parashakti. I know you are the source, supreme consciousness, manifesting in the embodied form, the Nijavatara, supreme quantity of Hindus and Jagat Guru Mahasamvidhan, His divine holiness, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashivam. I know you are the source of this body as well.
चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति पुष्पैः पूजयामि. The next offering is dhupa. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Durvasi Durvadurantam Durvatayosman Durvatitam Durvayam Vayam Durvamastum Devanam Sisasmitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Manhitamam Devahutamam Amritavasir Havirdanam Mrigam Haswamakwa Amitrasyatva Jukshusha Prekshema Bhirma Samviktama Twahigum Shisham Dhupamagrapayami. The next offering is Deepa. Please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra. Please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Swajata Vedo Pagnim Nirritim Mama Pashuvishcha Mahyamava Hajivanancha Disho Disha Manohigam Sirjata Vedo Vamashvam Purusham Jagate Abhibhradagna Agahishriyama Paripataya Deepan Darshayami. The next offering is Nevedyam. Now please take the Nevedyam in your hands and offer it to Devi Parashakti along with the mantra. Please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvata Yate Madhuksharanti Sindavaha Madvirna Santvoshadiyehe Madhunakta Mutoshasi Madhumatparti Vagum Rajaha Madhudyorastu Pita Madhuman no Vanaspatir Madhumagum Mastu Suryaha Madvirgavo Bhavantunaha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next offering is Aratrikam. Please take the arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Devi Parashakti along with the mantra. Please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasanya Sahire Namo Vayam Vaishvanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kama Kama Yamahyam Kameshwaro Vaishvano Dadatu Ubheraya Vaishvanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Karpura Nirajanam Sandarshayami.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
सहस्रकोटिसदृशा केयूरहारोज्ज्वलां बिम्बोष्टीं स्मितदन्तपङ्क्तिरुचिरां पीताम्बरालङ्कृतां विष्णुब्रह्मसुरेन्द्रसेवितपदां तत्त्वस्वरूपां शिवां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम्. श्रीमत्सभानायिका श्रीमच्छण्मुखविघ्नराजजननीं श्रीमज्जगन्मोहिनीं मीनाक्षी प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवाराम्निधिम् श्रीमत्सुन्दरनायिकां भयहरां ज्ञानप्रदां निर्मलां श्यामां कमलासनार्चितपदं नारायणस्यानुजां वीणावेणुमृदङ्गवाद्यरसिकां नानाविधामम्बिकां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवाराम्निधिम् नानायोगि मुनीन्द्रकृन्निवसतिं नानार्थसिद्धिप्रदां नानापुष्पविराजिताङ्घ्रियुगळां नारायणेनार्चितां नादब्रह्ममयीं परात्परतरां नानार्थतत्त्वात्मिकां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवाराम्निधिम् பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தி என் அருள் வரம் தங்கட தங்கடதத்தோம் தங்கட தங்கடதத்தீம் தல்லாங்கு தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கடதத்தோம் திங்கடதத்தீம் தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தி என் அருள் வரம் தங்கட தங்கடதத்தோம் தங்கடதத்தீம் தல்லாங்கு தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கடதத்தோம் திங்கடதத்தீம் தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் பத்து திங்கள் தாய்வாடி கொடிலூழல் நம்மை பொத்தி பொத்தி வளர்ப்பவள் கருமாறே பத்து திங்கள் தாய்வாடி கொடிலூழல் நம்மை பொத்தி பொத்தி வளர்ப்பவள் கருமாறே முத்து பிள்ளை பெத்தவுடன் முகம் துளைத்து அதை தத்தெடுத்து தாங்குவது மகமாயி பாசம் காட்டியே பாலை ஊட்டவே வானில் வருகின்ற தாய் நிலவே மேக பஞ்சிலே மழையின் நூலிலே மண்ணை வளமாக்கும் மாமையிலே பொம்மலாட்டம் தான் இந்த வாழ்க்கையே பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம் தங்கடதத்தோம் நல்லாங்கு தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கடதத்தோம் தக்கதி மிதத்தோம் சக்தி என்று சக்தி 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 என்று சரணடையும் அந்த சித்த கத்தி பூவிழிக்குள் அருள் மணக்கும் சந்தானம் மணக்குது சாந்து ஜொலிக்குது சக்தி வழிபாட்டு மன்றத்திலே வேம்பு இனிக்குது வேதம் ஒலிக்குது அம்மன் கோயில் வாசலிலே பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கைய பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம் தங்கட தங்கட தோம் தங்கட தங்கட தீங்கலாங்கு தக்க தீவித தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தீ தக்க தீவித தோம் தத்தோம் பொம்ம பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கைய பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்பது ஆதிசக்தியின் அருள் பரம் தங்கட தங்கட தோம் தங்கட தங்கட தீங்கலாங்கு தக்க தீவித தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தோம் திங்கட திங்கட தீ தக்க தீவித தோம் தத்தோம்
ஓம் 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெருநாதம் பிரணவத்து உயிராய் உதித்தெழுந்த பிரபஞ்ச ஞானம் வேதாமும் ஞான வாழ்க்கை முறையாகமமும் நன்மையொடு உலகிற்கெல்லாம் நலம்படவே வழியாய்ச் சொல்ல வரமாய்த் தந்திட ஆதிசக்தி ஈசன் பாதியாயமர்ந்தவள் ஜோதிஸ்வரூபிணி சுந்தரி சுகயோகினி நாற்பத்து முக்கோணமாய் நன்றாய் மலர்ந்தவள் நவாபரணங்களாய் நன்றாய்ச் சிறந்தவள் மண்டலங்கள் முழுவதும் மலர்ந்திங்கு கைலாச சிகரே சிந்தாமணி கிருஹத்து சிறப்போடிருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரமசிவனார் பாகமாயிருந்து பாங்காய் பரமசிவன் அங்கம்மாளும் மங்காளி பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தன் உயிர்தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் இங்கு வந்துதித்தேன் வரம் தரவே நன்மையெல்லாம் தந்திட உண்மையெல்லாம் சொல்லிட வரங்கள் அளித்திட வாழ்வு நலம் பெற சுகங்கள் தந்திட சூக்ஷ்ம ரகசியங்கள் வெளிப்படுத்தி இறையனார் பரமசிவனார் இவ்வுலகிற்கு அளித்த வேதமொடு ஆகமங்கள் மெய்யாம் சாத்திரங்கள் சொல்லிட களவியல் முதல் இறையியல் வரை இறையனார் தந்த சத்தியங்களெல்லாம் இவ்வுலகிற்கு புரியும் மொழியில் உரைத்து புண்ணியம் தந்திட நித்யானந்தன் உயிரும் உடலும் உணர்வும் தாங்கி நித்யானந்தன் உயிரும் உணர்வும் உடலும் முழுமையாய் உயிர்த்து கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்தேன் பரமசக்தி மீனாட்சி பராசக்தி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். கண்மலர்ந்தேன் கண்ணாத்தாளிங்கு உங்கள் கண்ணெல்லாம் மங்களத்துள் நிறைந்து உணர்வெலாம் உயிர்த்து நன்மைகள் பெற்றிட வந்தோம் இங்கு வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தோடு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஆதித்யாதி கிரகங்களாய் விரிந்து 10 திக்கு பாலகர்களாய் மலர்ந்து பாங்காய் உலகிற்கெல்லாம் பக்குவ நன்மை செய்யும் ஓங்காரி ஆங்காளி மலர்ந்தேனிங்கு மங்களம் தந்திட. ஓம் 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 ஓம். மனிதர்களே, ஜெகமாயை ஜெயிப்பது சுலபம் சாத்தியம், இது சத்தியம் எனும் உண்மையைச் சொல்லிட உயிர்த்தெழுந்து வந்தேன். நன்மையை தந்திட நாமே இறங்கி வந்தோம். ஓம் 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 ஓம். நிகுஞ்ச் சங்கவி அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், அருளும் நல் உடல் நலமும் மனமும் ஆனந்தத்தோடளிக்கின்றேன். சுகமுண்டு சோகமில்லை பொய்வா. கொரினாபார்பு உடல் நலம் முழுமையாய் இந்த வினாடி அளிக்கின்றேன். அச்சம் ஒன்றில்லை, ஆனந்தத்தோடிரு போ. ஓம் ஓம். ருச்சி அசாவா ததாஸ்து. வினைகார்க் ததாஸ்து. சந்திரசாரானந்த ததாஸ்து. விபாசனா செந்தில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று நல்லதென்று உனக்கு சொன்னது யார்? இல்லை, அது பெரும் பிரளயம். மாயை வந்து மயங்கிய மக்களுக்கு அளிக்கப்படும் அபராதம் இது. ஓம் 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 ஓம். சஞ்சோக் பங்கர்கர் நல்லதொரு வேலையொடு உயர் பணியும் பெருஞ்செல்வமும் அமையும். தலைவலி தீர்ந்து உடல் நலம் அமையும், உயிர் நலம் அமையும். போய்வா, அச்சம் வேண்டாம். ஓம் யோகேந்திர சர்மா. நிஜாவதாரமாய் நாம் வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே நிம் குரு. நானே தீட்சையளிக்கின்றேன். ஓம் ஓம்.
अणिमादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानी ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थान्
பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் புள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே பாட்டெடுத்தேன் தாளமிட்டேன் ஓடி வரல்லே ஆடி பார்த்து புட்டேன் புள்ள முகம் தேடி வரல்லே பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரல்லே நான் மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன் பேச்சுப்படி பொங்கல் உன்ன இங்கு வரல்லே நான் மூச்சடக்கி உன்னிடத்தில் அங்கு வருவேன் ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். அன்பு நாயக்கர் மதுரை ஷியாமளா பீடம் வந்து தரிசனம் செய்து சிடனாய் இணைந்து கொள். ஆன்மீகம் ஞானம் அளிக்கின்றேன், பொய்வா. சுமன் சஞ்சய் அகர்வால் ததாஸ். அக்ரகண்யானந்தா ததாஸ். சுதா தண்டபாணி ததாஸ். இந்திரா சிதம்பரநாதன் ததாஸ்.
ஆடியம்மா ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம், சின்ன புட்டு போடியம்மா.
லக்ஷ்மீம் க்ஷீரசமுத்திரராஜதனஜாம் ஸ்ரீரங்கதாமேஸ்வரீம் தாசீபூத சமஸ்ததேவபலிதாம் லோகைகதீபாங்குராம் श्रीमन्नन्दकटाक्षलब्ध विभव ब्रह्मेन्द्र गङ्गाधराम् त्वाम् त्रैलोक्यकुटुम्बिनीम् सरसिजाम् वन्दे मुकुन्दप्रियाम्.
சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி, புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. சீக்கிரத்தில் காட்சி தந்த செல்வநாயகி, புது சேலக்காரி பூக்காரி தெய்வநாயகி. பத்ரகாளி ருத்ரகாளி பாரணியம்மா இந்த பாவி மகன்.
ஓம் சோனா காமத், என் செல்ல மகளே செல்வமகளே, நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தியுதித்த எனக்கு நிறைவாய் நீ செய்யும் சேவைகளும் பக்தியும் நேர்மையான குரு பக்தியும் நாம் அறிவோம். மகளே நன்றாய் கேள். மனதின் ஆழத்தில் உன் மருத்துவ படிப்பினால் இந்த நோய் விலகாது என்று நீ ஆழ்ந்து ஆழ்ந்து நம்புவதால் எத்துணை முறை இந்த நோயையும் வலியையும் விலக்கினாலும் மீண்டும் அதை நீயே கொண்டு வந்து விடுகின்றாய். இப்பொழுது அளிக்கின்றேன் வரம். உன்னையும் தாண்டி, உன் மனத்தையும் தாண்டி, சுய சந்தேகந்தாண்டி, சுய துக்கங்கடந்து, சுய வெறுப்புங்கடந்து, அனைத்தையும் கடந்து உன் உயிருக்குள்ளிருந்து அம்பிகை நான் மலருகின்றேன். அளித்தேன் உடல் நலம் இந்த வினாடி உனக்கு. ஓம் 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 ஓம். அழிந்தது உன் உடல் வியாதியும் வலிகளும் இந்த வினாடி. அக்னி ஸ்வரூபன் தேஜோமயன் அண்ணாமலையான் பாகம் இருக்கும் அர்த்தநாரியாய்த் திகழும் பரமேஸ்வரி உடலில் மலர்ந்து உனக்கு ஞானமொடு யோக சரீரமும் உடல் நலமும் உயிர் நலமும் மங்களமும் பெரும் செல்வமும் வளமெல்லாம் அளிக்கின்றேன். வளம் எல்லாம் அளிக்கின்றேன். வளம் எல்லாம் அளிக்கின்றேன். வலியை உன்னுள்ளிருந்து அழித்தேன். வலிமையை உன்னுள்ளிருந்து அழித்தேன். வலியை அழித்து வலிமையை தந்தோம். வாழ்ந்திடு வளத்தொடு. இந்த வினாடி அழிந்தது வலியும் வேதனையும் நோயும் வியாதியும் துக்கமும் உனக்கு. இனி வலிமையே உண்டு, வலி இல்லை. இது நான் உனக்களிக்கும் வரம். சொன்னதை செய்வேன், அஞ்சாதே மகளே. வாழ்ந்திடு சுகத்தோடு ஆனந்தத்தோடு. ஓம் போய் வா.
பொட்டழகி செவ்வாட பட்டழகி முத்தான முத்தழகி முல்லைவன பூவழகி செந்தூர பொட்டழகி செவ்வாட பட்டழகி.
பவித்ரா, உனையும் உன் குடும்பத்தையும் காக்கின்றேன், கவலை வேண்டாம். மலேசிய நாட்டில் நிகழப்போகும் பெருங்கொடுமை கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று மட்டுமல்ல, கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்றை உபயோகித்து இந்துக்கள் மீதும் தமிழர்கள் மீதும் மிக பெரும் அரசியல் தாக்குதலும் இன அழிப்பும் நிகழப்போகிறது. கவலை உனக்கு வேண்டாம், காக்கின்றேன் உன்னை. குரு அபராதமும் குரு விரோதமும் குரு துரோகமும் செய்யாத பக்தர்கள் சீடர்கள் அன்பர்கள் அனைவரையும் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதே, போ, ஆனந்தத்தோடிரு.
முல்லைவன பூவழகி வண்ணாரி மாரியம்மா அங்காள தேவி அம்மா வெக்காளி நீலி அம்மா வெற்றி தர வேணும் அம்மா. அம்மா
நவிதா வசிஷ்ட், அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளுகின்றேன் உனக்கு அஷ்டலக்ஷ்மியும். 24 மணி நேரத்திற்குள் உனக்கு பெரும் செல்வம் வந்திடும். செல்வம் வர துவங்கும் 40 நாட்களுக்குள் நற்பெரும் செல்வம் வந்து சர்வஞபீட கர்த்தனாய் அமைந்திடும் வரமும் அளிக்கின்றேன். போய் வா, சொன்னதை செய்வேன். பராசக்தி, போ.
செந்தூர பொட்டழகி செவ்வாட பட்டழகி முத்தான முத்தழகி முல்லைவன பூவழகி. நிலமாளும் புவனேஸ்வரியே நினைவெல்லாம் ஜெகதீஸ்வரியே அம்மாவோ பாதம் சரணம்.
சரவணகுமார், கோயம்புத்தூர். ததாஸ், நன்மை அளிக்கின்றேன், இனிமை உண்டு. வலிமை அளிக்கின்றேன், வலி இல்லை. போய் வா. ஓம்.
ஜெகதீஸ்வரியே அம்மாவோ பாதம் சரணம். திசையாலும் செல்லாதா தெரியாதா சொல்லாதா பார்வதியே கண்ணாத்தா. திரிசூலி பொன்னாத்தா சிவகாமி என்னாத்தா பாரடியோ நல்லாத்தா. அம்மா சரணோ தாயே அருள வரணும். அம்மா சரணோ தாயே அருள வரணும். செந்தூர பொட்டழகி செவ்வாட பட்டழகி முத்தான முத்தழகி முல்லைவன பூ பொட்டழகி செந்தூர பொட்டழகி செவ்வாட பட்டழகி
ரினி ஆங் ததாஸ்து வசந்தி கேபி ததாஸ்து சித்சபேசானந்த ததாஸ்து
முல்லைவன பூவழகி
ஓம் எவலைன் ததாஸ்து கிறிஸ் சில்வா இருக்கும் நாட்டில் நீ கைலாசம் செய்திடவே உன் கடமையென்று ஏற்கனவே உரைத்து விட்டேன். என்னை சோதிப்பதற்காய் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் வேறு வேறு தளங்களில் வந்து கேட்டாலும் சொன்னது விடையே சுகம் அதுவே தரும், போய் வா.
தரிசான நிலத்துக்கெல்லாம் பரிசான மழையே தரணும், ஒன்னால வாழ்வு வரணும். தரிசான நிலத்துக்கெல்லாம் பரிசான மழையே தரணும், ஒன்னால வாழ்வு வரணும். துணையாக நில்லாத்தா குறிவாடு சொல்லாத்தா மயில் விழியே சின்னாத்தா.
ஓம் சுனில் அல்லம் ததாஸ்து சந்திரமாதவன் ததாஸ்து மகா அக்ரகண்யானந்த ததாஸ்து துர்கானந்தா ததாஸ்து. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், அருள் செய்கின்றேன். நன்மையே நிகழும் நன்னேரத்தில் நம் திருவடி வந்து சேர்ந்து மகா கைலாசத்து வாழ்வாய். ஓம் 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 ஓம். தேவிகாராணி ஐராவதம் ததாஸ்து. அம்பி விக்னராஜ ததாஸ்து. நித்ய லலாட்டாக்ஷானந்த சரங்கா வித்யாகரன். இப்பொழுது உன் வாழ்வில் முதல் நோக்கம் கல்வியை முறையாக முடித்தல். நல்ல கல்வியை அளிக்கின்றேன், கல்வியில் பெரும் வெற்றியும் தருகின்றேன். கல்வியை முடி, பிறகு சொல்கின்றேன் வாழ்வின் நோக்கையும் போக்கையும் முறையாக உனக்கு. ஆனந்தத்தோடிரு, போய் வா செல்லமகளே செல்வமகளே, போய் வா. அபிலாஷ் ஜெயச்சந்திர ததாஸ்து. சமர்ப்பிணி நித்ய ததாஸ்து. பிரக்ஞா நித்யானந்த ததாஸ்து. டிராவிஸ் டேகர்ட் ததாஸ்து. ஓம் யசோதன் குல்கர்ணி ததாஸ்து. நல்வரம் எல்லாம் அளிக்கின்றோம், போய் வா. ஓம்
என்னவென்று சொல்வோம் அம்மா, அம்மா உன் அலங்காரங்கள் என்னவென்று சொல்வோம் அம்மா. அழகோ அழகு அழகெல்லாம் சேர்ந்ததம்மா, தாயே மாரியம்மா, அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து
சங்கர் கிமிர் ததாஸ் அளிக்கின்றேன் ஆண் மகன், நல்வாழ்வு அமையும் போய் வா.
ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம் அம்மா, ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம் அம்மா. உடுக்கையிலே கேட்குதம்மா, உள்ளமெல்லாம்
தீபலக்ஷ்மி
சிலிர்க்குதம்மா.
சதீஷ் ததாஸ்.
சங்கொலி முழங்குதம்மா, பம்பையும் அதிருதம்மா, சிங்கமும் காவுதம்மா, திரிசூலம் தோன்றுதம்மா. கனவோ நனவோ எல்லாமே அதிசயம்தான் தாயே மாரியம்மா, அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா. ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம் அம்மா, ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம். மாவிளக்கு ஏற்றி வந்தோம், மனக்கவலை மாற்றிடம்மா, இளநீரின் கண் திறந்து
ஸ்ரீ சதாசிவாத்மானந்த அளித்தோம் உடல் நலம் அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தத்தோடிரு போய் வா. ஓம்.
கரகங்கள் ஆடி வந்தோம், கை கொடுத்து காத்திடம்மா, விரதங்கள் இருந்து வந்தோம், வேண்டும் வரம் தந்திடம்மா. சரியோ தவறோ எது எனினும் பொறுத்திடம்மா, தாயே மாரியம்மா, அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா. ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம் அம்மா, ஆயிரக்கண் போதாதம்மா, ஆவேசம் கொண்டோம் அம்மா. அம்மா உன் அலங்காரங்கள் என்னவென்று சொல்வோம் அம்மா, அம்மா உன் அலங்காரங்கள் என்னவென்று சொல்வோம் அம்மா. அழகோ அழகு அழகெல்லாம் சேர்ந்ததம்மா, தாயே மாரியம்மா, அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா அம்மா மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா முத்து மாரியம்மா, மாரியம்மா அம்மா,
ஓம். ரமேஷ் கனால் ததாஸ். ருச்சியசவ ததாஸ். தர்மதரானந்த ததாஸ். லிஹாங் லியு ததாஸ். உடல் நலம் அளித்தோம், உயிர் நலம் தந்தோம், போய் வா.
स्वरूपिणी मा ब्रह्मशक्ति सुखदायिनी मा ब्रह्मानन्द स्वरूपिणी मा ब्रह्मशक्ति सुखदायिनी मा सच्चित् सुखमय रूपिणी मा सृष्टि स्थिति लयकारिणी मा सच्चित् सुखमय रूपिणी मा सृष्टि स्थिति लयकारिणी मा नित्यानन्देश्वरी मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरी
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
मूलाधार निवासिनि मा सहस्रारा शिवसङ्गिनि मा मूलाधार निवासिनि मा सहस्रारा
दिव्यानंद तथास्तु सरिता पसुपलेति तथास्तु कलवकुंट सतीश तथास्तु அளிக்கின்றேன் உடல் நலம் உன் மகளுக்கு ஆனந்த வாழ்வோடு நன்மையும் பூரணத்தன்மையும். ஓம்.
शुभमतिदायिनि शङ्करि मा दुर्गति दुर्मति नाशिनि मा
Remain
शुभमतिदायिनि
Thompson तथास्तु अबा शर्मा तथास्तु. ओम.
कालाहृदि नर्तिनि मा जीव शिवान्तरवर्तिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
जगजननी जयदायिनि मा तडिल्लसित सौदामिनि मा जगजननी जयदायिनि मा तडिल्लसित सौदामिनि मा सीतारामाकारिणि मा कृष्ण राधिका रूपिणि मा सीतारामाकारिणि मा कृष्ण राधिका रूपिणि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
कमनीयाकृतिधारिणि मा भवसागरभयहारिणि मा कमनीयाकृतिधारिणि मा भवसागरभयहारिणि मा शान्तिसौख्यचिरदायिनि मा शान्तिमहागुणवर्षिणि मा शान्तिसौख्यचिरदायिनि मा शान्तिमहागुणवर्षिणि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
ओम. परमेश्वरि सत्योजात शिवशक्ति तथास्तु अमुदाबत्तुमलै तथास्तु स्वीलिंगटन तथास्तु सौरव वनेजा तथास्तु सुधा दंडपाणि तथास्तु
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
हर्षोत्करि नर्तिनि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि षोडशि मा हर्षोत्करि नर्तिनि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि षोडशि मा साधकमानसशोधिनि मा सर्वसुभाग्यप्रसादिनि मा साधकमानसशोधिनि मा सर्वसुभाग्यप्रसादिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
गुहगजमुखजनिधायिनि मा एकानेकविभागिनि मा गुहगजमुखजनिधायिनि मा
ओम. गौरी भरतानंद ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் ஆலயத்தில் நீ செத்த தரிசனம் கண்டது யோக மாயை. அன்னை கிருஷ்ணனுக்கு சோதரியாய் பிறந்த யோக மாயையே உனக்கு தரிசனம் தந்தாள். ஓம். ஷர்மிளா ராஜேந்திரன் அளித்தேன் பேரருள் ஆசி. தொழிலொடு செல்வமும் பதவியும் பொங்கி வளரும், நன்மை தங்கும். லீ கிம்கி அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், நல்லதொரு நம்பிக்கையும் ஸ்ரத்தையும் உடைய நல் திருக்கூட்டம் உனக்கு உடன் இருந்து உழைத்திட அமையும். இருக்கும் தொந்தரவு பிரச்சனைகள் துக்கங்கள் துயரங்கள் எல்லாம் அழிந்தது. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், இனி ஆனந்தமே.
जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
चिन्मय सुन्दर रूपिणि मा परमानन्द तरङ्गिणि मा चिन्मय सुन्दर रूपिणि मा परमानन्द तरङ्गिणि मा रम्यकान्ति चिरधारिणि मा समस्त सुगुणाभूषणि मा रम्यकान्ति चिरधारिणि मा समस्त सुगुणाभूषणि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
समस्त सुगुणाभूषणि मा सद्गति सन्मतिदायिनि मा समस्त सुगुणाभूषणि मा सद्गति सन्मतिदायिनि मा भवतारिणि करुणेश्वरि मा त्रिपुरे सुन्दरि मोहिनि मा भवतारिणि करुणेश्वरि मा त्रिपुरे सुन्दरि मोहिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
ब्रह्माण्डोदरधारिणि मा प्रेमानन्दप्रवर्षिणि मा ब्रह्माण्डोदरधारिणि मा प्रेमानन्दप्रवर्षिणि
கார்த்திகேயன் சிவா ததாஸ். ஓம்.
पालिनि मा भुवनचतुर्दश प्रसविनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
नानालीलाकारिणि मा विविधविभूतिविधारिणि मा नानालीलाकारिणि मा विविधविभूतिविधारिणि मा ज्ञानालोकप्रदायिनि मा विश्वक्रीडा कौतुकि मा ज्ञानालोकप्रदायिनि मा विश्वक्रीडा कौतुकि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
विश्वदिष्टितचिन्मयि मा मन्दस्मित
ஓம். சகுந்தளாதேவி ராஜசுந்தரம் ததாஸ்.
हारिणि
अपरिचेद्यानन्द ततास्. थियोड्राकिस् ततास्. दिनेश काडगी ततास्. गगना संदेश ततास्तु. स्वाति जैन ततास्तु. प्रवीण कुमार ततास्तु. सौरव अनेच ततास्तु. ओम.
जय नित्य नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
शान्तिसुधा निष्यन्दिनि मा भ्रान्तिरोगविषहारिणि मा शान्तिसुधा निष्यन्दिनि मा भ्रान्तिरोगविषहारिणि मा कान्तियोगसुखदायिनि मा वीरनरेन्द्रप्रहर्षिणि मा कान्तियोगसुखदायिनि मा वीरनरेन्द्रप्रहर्षिणि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
समाधिचिरचितदायिनि मा वीर्यबलाभयकारिणि मा समाधिचिरचितिदायिनि मा वीर्यबलाभयकारिणि मा तापत्रयभयहारिणि मा सर्वोत्तुङ्गसुवासिनि मा तापत्रयभय
யான் ஜுன் லியு ததாஸ் ஆரோக்கியமளித்தோம் போய் வா. ஓம்.
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
प्रसन्नवरदे भैरवि मा हवनजपार्चन साधिनि मा प्रसन्नवरदे भैरवि मा हवनजपार्चन साधिनि मा चण्डासुरखलगातिनि मा सकलदेव जय साधिनि मा चण्डासुरखलगातिनि मा सकलदेव जय साधिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
दुष्टमुण्डवधकारिणि मा चामुण्डेश्वरि दर्दिनि मा दुष्टमुण्डवधकारिणि मा चामुण्डेश्वरि दर्दिनि मा माहिषदर्पविनाशिनि मा माहेश्वर सुखवर्धिनि मा माहिषदर्पविनाशिनि मा माहेश्वर सुखवर्धिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा महिषासुरखलमर्दिनि मा त्रिगुणत्रिलोकत्रिरूपिणि मा महिषासुरखलमर्दिनि मा त्रिगुणत्रिलोकत्रिरूपिणि मा निर्गुणसगुणविचित्रिणि मा कारितध्यानानन्दिनि मा निर्गुणसगुणविचित्रिणि मा कारितध्यानानन्दिनि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
ஓம் தனுஜா ராமசுவாமி. ஆதி கைலாசத்து ஆலடி மண்ணை கொண்டு வந்து உந்தாய்க்கும் தந்தைக்கும் உடலில் தடவிடு புற்று நோய்கரைந்து உடல் நலம் அமையும் போய் வா. பிரேமப்பிரியானந்த ஆமாயும் பெரும் நற்செல்வமும் சர்வஞபீடகர்த்தனாகும் மனமும் தனமும் ஜனமும் ஜதினோடு இனிய நல்வாழ்வும் நற்குழந்தைகள் ஓடு இனிமையான இல்லறமும் 16 பெற்று பெருவாழ்வு வாழ்வாய். ஓம். ஸ்ரீ ஞானேஸ்வரானந்த உனக்கும் ஆசிகள், மா ஆனந்த பிரியைக்கும் ஆசிகள். நன்மைகள் அமைந்திடும், ஆனந்தம் உண்டாகும். நம் அன்பும் சுகமும் சுக்ஷும யோகமும் என்றும் உண்டு. ரேகாபதக் ததாஸ். கேட்டது கேட்டபடி கேடில்லாது கிடைக்கும். போய் வா. ஓம். சௌமியா பிரபால ததாஸ் நற்செல்வமளிக்கின்றோம் நல்வாழ்வளிக்கின்றோம் போய் வா. ஓம்.
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
मातृभाव सुख शोधिनि मा निर्मल भक्तोत्कर्षिणि मा मातृभाव सुख शोधिनि मा निर्मल भक्तोत्कर्षिणि मा दिव्याद्भुत चरितार्थिनि मा नित्यानन्द सखधर्मिणि मा दिव्याद्भुत चरितार्थिनि मा नित्यानन्द सखधर्मिणि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
गृहकेसरि वरवाहिनि मा दुर्गहिमाचल नन्दिनि मा मृगकेसरि वरवाहिनि मा दुर्गहिमाचल नन्दिनि मा नरेन्द्र हृदय निवासिनि मा लोकात्तर कृतिदर्शिनि मा नरेन्द्र हृदय
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
सुन्दर रूप विकासिनि मा दिव्य गुणाकर धारिणि मा सुन्दर रूप विकासिनि मा दिव्य गुणाकर धारिणि मा दुर्बल सबल सुकारिणि मा दुःख दैन्य भय नाशिनि मा दुर्बल सबल सुकारिणि मा दुःख दैन्य भय नाशिनि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
सर्वभूतहितसादिनि मा समस्तलोकाभयकरि मा सर्वभूतहितसादिनि मा समस्तलोकाभयकरि मा दुर्गतिनाशिनि दुर्गे मा नित्यानन्द ईश्वरि मा दुर्गतिनाशिनि दुर्गे मा नित्यानन्द ईश्वरि मा
नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा जय नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा नित्यानन्देश्वरि मा
அன்னமிடும் அன்னையும் நீ ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி
of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Anandam Vami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Now let's understand who is Paramashiva. Bhagavan himself has beautifully explained the Paramashiva in all of us.
Are hidden truths and human transformation supported by various
Science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully explained what is power manifestation. Now let's understand what is science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The pramanas. The pramanas are the evidences, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. The Apta Pramana. Aptas are the rishis, munis, ganas, nayanamar, siddhas, who are the authority of Hinduism, manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested and scientific and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the million of disciple, devotees and followers, initiated by Bhagavan, beautifully manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, Pratyaksha, the scientific study, evidence from the science, measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan has beautifully given us all these evidences for us to understand that each of us can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says, after each of these darshans, the higher space that we experience, the oneness space with Parashakti, simply will manifest as your reality, each one of your reality, bringing so much of auspiciousness. Each of these powers not only manifest these small things, but also shift your cognition in so much of different ways, removing all your blocks, all your patterns, all your ill health, and destroying all the negativity and creating a space of auspiciousness, of health, wealth, and bliss just around you. Such a beautiful space is created by each of these power manifestation sessions, with Bhagavan beautifully says, every time I myself conduct all these things and manifest as reality. The Shastra Pramana. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are from the Veda Agamas. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given from Sarvajnanto Agama, Verse 15. The power of all knowingness in its fullest form.
Pramana for the power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvojnanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatmabhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatmabhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, within such a yogi who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness, Bhagavan beautifully says that within such a yogi who established himself absolutely in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva, and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowing Sarvanyatva get unfolded in all its fullness. Bhagavan has beautifully said how each one of us just downloads. He has given the beautiful scriptures about how Valmiki just downloaded all the possibilities. He was doing all the sin that was there on planet Earth. And Narada Muni one day just saw him and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm doing everything for my family." And every time he says, "I'm doing for my family, I'm doing for family," Narada simply asked him, "Why don't you go and ask all the sins that you're creating, is the family ready to share it?" And Bhagavan beautifully says that is exactly how we deal with our past. The past that we have continuously bringing in the present and destroying our future. Instead, if we understand whether the past is helping us in any way, if we look in, there is nothing help gained from the past. Past is just the dustbin. Every moment is just thrown in the dustbin. And when Valmiki went and asked, all his relatives, none of them were ready to share any of his sins. They want to experience only the good thing that he brought and not his sins. Simply that shifted him from the past, Bhagavan says, to a new reality. When you drop the past, you experience the highest reality and in one space of Paramashiva and no differentiating notions. All sorts of things that we are stuck is only in the past, which we drop completely. We are in the oneness with Paramashiva that he will manifest in our life as the ultimate. When you surrender your identities, which is redundant and irrelevant, again and again surrendering your identity simply raises you to the higher consciousness. The identity you're carrying is no good. It's not going to serve any of the purposes. Whatever you go through in your dream, you do not experience when you wake up. Same way, when you are in the oneness with Paramashiva, you don't have any of the all these struggle or any of the problems that we are facing. All that Bhagavan simply removes and manifests as reality, as the highest power. Guru Namachivayam, he was from Karnataka and he was in Tiruvannamalai and he wanted to go into the temple. The temple doors were closed. And Shiva himself came and said, "Okay, now sing on me in Tamil, I'll open the door." He has no idea about any of that language. And simply he says, "Okay, that is what you want, then let that download in me." And simply he sang all the verses so beautiful and simply the door opened. Shiva was so pleased. We have so many Nayanars, Alvars, Siddhas who just downloaded. Adi Shankara, who was a 7-year-old boy who went and asked for the alms, and the lady had only one gooseberry, but the context she was that give that whatever she has to that boy. So when she offered whatever she had is one last gooseberry, simply Adi Shankara was so pleased. he prayed to Devi and Devi downloaded Kanagadhara Sostra for him. All this he has no idea, no school he went and no place he learned all these things. All that download happens simply when you are in the oneness with Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says how Vivekananda, just by dozens of books, he'll take it and he'll just have a humble surrender to each one of the book, and the book author simply reveals everything to him. That's how Bhagavan says, I also scan all the books and finish it off in 1 minute. Such a beautiful space we can experience when we are gaining knowledge from the higher consciousness instead of the logical mind, and simply we'll see the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the rishis, munis, ganas, nayanamar, alvars, siddhas who have manifested all these powers. And here it's the Bogar from his official website, that how Bogar traveled to China and started the whole religion, and so beautifully he was able to translate everything into the Chinese language. And Tha Si was his name out there. And also we have a reference of one more Nayanamars or Siddhas who have traveled to Arab, and he had a vision and he traveled there, and he was called Yaqub, and he was in Arab, and he taught all that in Arabic and even changed the religion of them, and in their religion itself brought back them to the Hinduism, to the Siddha medicine, and revealed all the greatest signs. All these Siddhas traveled all over the world and gave to them in their language, in their own way, so that they can also experience the highest reality. How Bhagavan is just overflowing with all the love and all the blessing, removing all the karma, all the delusion. Just the screen is removed, we can simply experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Now Bhagavan himself speaks how he downloaded the Hindi language.
The Sanskrit statements, usually I think in Sanskrit, means there is no individual free will and thinking, but the thinking is realized by my inner space first in Sanskrit, then it gets translated either into English or into Tamil. If I'm doing some administration work, that gets translated into Tamil. If I'm giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility, the multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that I started getting excited. So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like that vak, what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all this to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words.
So beautiful, Bhagavan described how he started downloading and how in science they will discover all how it happens in us, how it comes as prana and the mantra. Here we have a devotee, disciple, followers who experience also the power and who have shared it. That is Shakshi Pramana. Like all of you sharing at the end of the session, here we have, she says, today during the class, the power manifestation was downloading languages. And Genesis translated, her son translated the sentence, we are gods, to French, getting it correctly. And she writes in French. And of course, French is not a language that we are familiar with. Thank you, Swamiji, for manifesting these beautiful cognition through us. We have seen many kids just download at the very word of Swamiji that you will download. In last Paramashivoham in Bidadi, there was a child who was very upset and she was crying that she doesn't understand English and she spoke in French. And her parents were a little upset because everything was there beautiful in the program, but the kid did not understand English. So she was so troubled. So they didn't know how to make her okay. They said, okay, you go ask Swamiji to download in you. And to a great surprise, the next day she spoke in English. Speaking is okay, new language, but she spoke, she's like 6 years or 7 years old. And she spoke without a grammatical error, which was shocking to us, as though she's speaking for many, many days. She just downloaded and she started speaking. And kids cannot lie all these things and they cry and they are fine again, because she was crying for 6-7 days. And then suddenly one day she just started downloading. All this we have seen in many of the kids download the language just like that when Bhagavan initiates them into the new languages. Now all of us going to download any of the foreign language simply by just entangling with Devi. Devi, Parashakti, each and everything in the whole universe is a happening of Devi. Simply if you connect to her, anything you can manifest, removing all the blocks, all the patterns, and bringing so much of auspiciousness to all the space that you are, to your family, to your teamly, all that is simply happening when you are in the right space. Now let's go to the guidelines of manifesting the power. If you have the Jnananjan, you can apply in your third eye from your locket, your Kantamala. If there's a locket, you can take it and apply in your third eye and your temple. And if you don't have, that's perfectly fine. If you have a camera, please set it up with a timestamp so that you can record all these great moments and share it with the world. Again and again, we ask you to share it because it's such a beautiful thing. You cannot record these anywhere else except the manifestation. Bhagavan himself, the presence can be felt during all these manifestations. That's what Bhagavan says. Whoever comes to my courtyard, I initiate them to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. I stay there and manifest through all of us. So beautiful, you can share it with the world. So if you have a partner, that's wonderful. If you don't have a partner, you can use Google as your partner and download any, write a language, write in English and write in a language that you completely don't know, and say French or German or Slovak, some other language, and start downloading. And then Google and find out if that language's words that has appeared has meaning and has translated the sentence perfectly. And each and every time all this downloads through you, it clearly shows you don't need 5 senses to learn, but something more and beyond. We can learn in extraordinary way, where you have collected so many birds, so many things which can just be downloaded by you. And you can tap all that intelligence by manifesting these powers. So if you have a partner, wonderful. Ask the partner to ask a question or ask a sentence in a foreign language unknown, and scan and write the answer or translation, the language answer that can be measured, so that you can exactly see in the Google translation whether it is matching how you have written the sentence is exactly what the question is asking, or the translation of that line. And verify with a partner or Google completely authentic. Let's not have any clues or anything given through Bluetooth or any other books or dictionary. Just by pure downloading, let's experience Paramashiva, Parashakti Immediately, every time she asks us to manifest, because that's the prasada that we take back, each one of us. Like how your mother cooks and then gives it in the mouth. All you need to do is chew and swallow that and experience the bliss. That's all Bhagavan is asking us to do to manifest the powers. Just sit there with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Parashakti, her smile, her beautiful darshan, removing the karmas and manifesting in each of them the beautiful space and expanding us to the higher reality, just alive as though we are all sitting as Parashakti, Devi herself. Such a beautiful space. She sits with all the 25 faces and all the 75 eyes and 50 hands and simply manifesting as Devi Parashakti in each of us. Hold that cognition, the visualization and the verbalization of all the blessing, that overflowing joy that she's pouring in all of us. See, simply saying, you don't have to do anything. I will just take out everything and manifest as the ultimate reality for you. Holding that as your cognition and unclutching from everything that you know as your trouble, your problems, your things which are not working out, anything you have as a block. Hold that and say, completely I unclutch from that. That does not belong to me. I am not that. Once you unclutch from that, you will simply see that disappear completely. It does not exist. The minute you understand that is just a shadow, it is not real, it disappears from your confusion and becomes more and more reality, how it exists, and you are able to solve things much more from a higher context. The more the clarity that you have, that I am Paramashiva, each time I am Parashakti, I am Paramashiva, the eyes, the eyelids, the eyelashes, the eyebrows, all that, every nook and pieces, start remembering her jewels, her beautiful hairstyle, everything again and again. Bring only the visualization of Devi Parashakti as yourself. When you do that and not have anything else, you simply manifest her. Now chant the Mahavakya. It raises your frequency and drops the thoughts and simply let you to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva and entangling with Bhagavan in the Samadhi space that he is in, and in the space of quantum space. Every time you see the oneness capsule, you are raised into that level of oneness with Paramashiva, the pure space of oneness, and you visualizing the Parashakti, chanting the Mahavakya intensely will give you the answer so beautifully, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line and start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. And whatever she gives, whatever it be, you don't understand any of the language, write it in the language you understand. Whatever she says, write it, and then you can Google what she has downloaded through you as a foreign language, as answer to the foreign language, or translation to the English into foreign language, whichever way you wanted to do it, that's fine. But write down everything she is giving you, and simply you will see that slowly and slowly you're getting the sentence or the translation perfectly fine. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya now.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vahini open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So that would be the first cycle. So beautiful. Whatever Parashakti has downloaded in you, the auspiciousness that she has given as prasada, just open up and see whether it's authentically correct. You've written in Tamil or any other French or German or Chinese, any language which you don't know, just go to Google and Google Translate and type it, or you have a partner, you can ask the partner if that is beautifully correct, and simply you'll see the message for you also in that. All these great things that Bhagavan downloads in us, if we are in the beautiful listening space, will manifest all the powers. Ramanujan, he did not have any of the great learning, but he had only Devi to download all the mathematical formulas. He did not do anything. We have showcased in the Gurukul itself, and they have sat and wrote exam on the stage. And all these, we had like 6 to 7 kids sitting on the stage and doing the exams, which they have never done. And when we asked them to do, 40% they were able to just download and get it correct. And it was so shocking that without knowing any question nor the answer, they're just downloading and marking everything. And it is 40% correct, which is really not possible if you have not prepared at least once. The possibility in you exists when you surrender all your identity and Bhagavan himself manifests through you. Especially we have seen many of the devotees just downloading Tamil language when Bhagavan speaks and simply understand. So many of them who doesn't know any of the language simply says, I understood, isn't this that he told? And it's so shocking to know that exactly that's what he meant. And they have no idea of the language before at all. It is quite possible that it shows that we do not have to learn only with the 5 senses. When Bhagavan was once questioned by his friend, he was a schoolmate, and he said, now you tell me what is the deity in the top of the mountain in one of the temple. There are so many temples, like 10,000 temples in a place, and it's so difficult to answer these questions. But simply Bhagavan saw through the third eye and downloaded and said it's Muruga's temple. And to a great shock, his friend was, how did you know? There are so many gods, so many temples, and how could you just get it so perfect? He says, simply I asked Devi and she downloaded and Paramashiva gave me the answer. I told. It's such a simple thing, but we have complicated it too much in our life. We just have to unwind and let go our past, and simply we'll see the reality in front of us, which is quite possible. Bhagavan says there was no microscope, telescope, and research labs those days. For the pharmacy they had to do. All these siddhas did not have a pharmacy and a research lab to get all the vaccine and everything, but they simply had the higher vision where the herbs came and spoke to them. The herbs will come and speak to the siddhas, Bhagavan says, and reveal all the knowledge. And he says, if you humbly surrender, I will just reveal everything to you. Humbleness is not the outer world humbleness. Humbleness is less of us and more of Paramashiva. The more and more you're able to fix Parashakti and not bring any other thought, only the verbalization and visualization of Parashakti just melting in the oneness. So seeing her look, seeing her beautiful eyes, showering, so caring like a mother, and such a beautiful space of security, trust that you feel like a mother, and how amazingly she removes all the karmas, good or bad, she removes and says, I will protect you, I will take care, I will, how a mother says, simply that I will take care, you go, you take care, you go, I will come back and I'll take care of everything. That's exactly how she is holding that space of oneness. If you are melting in those words, melting in that space, simply you are blessed and you will manifest all the powers. Again and again, when we started walking and talking, we did not just get it one day. We just started manifesting. We became pro in it. Just same way, the fluttering period, it's not a practice, but it's a fluttering period. Simply settle down. Once you know how you're manifesting, the inner space is only filled with Paramashiva. The outer space has to be auspiciousness. Nothing but auspiciousness, because Paramashiva lives in the auspicious space. So with this, let's start having one more cycle, a short cycle, and manifest the power of Sarvangnitva. Make sure your partner is giving some questions. Either let them give in some other language you don't know, or ask them to give it in English and you translate into a language which you have no idea. And simply see how Paramashiva is revealing for you, downloading in you. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. And remember Paramashiva, Parashakti in your third eye again and again while you're chanting. And remember her words, herself as you. I am Parashakti. I am Paramashiva. Manifesting the powers. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Please verify it authentically before you post it. And no Bluetooth or gadget or any of the clues. Authentically, whatever Devi has downloaded in you as Parasada. We share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Why do we need to do enriching and causing? Enriching and causing is removing of all our unconscious things and get us more clarity. If you have a hurt on your face, if you put a bandage on the mirror, is it of any use? That's what we are doing. We manifest all the powers and we do not celebrate it. We just miss it. We are going and fixing something else in our life. If we are very clear that I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti, I have received the prasada, I will simply share the prasada with everybody. And simply when you share the prasada, you get the punya of each one receiving it. And that multiplies completely whatever you have received. So each and every time these are prasada that if you share with the world and if they get connected to Bhagavan, what a blessing that is for you in your life. Because of you, some human being, some part of the world, because of your hashtags that you are putting, simply gets connected to the higher reality is the ultimate sharing and ultimate blessing that every day they will think, oh, somebody shared me this post. I saw it in Twitter and I just clicked on it and I got connected to Bhagavan. And that somebody is no other than you who is getting blessed every time they experience and their karma getting removed and they are feeling more and more in oneness with Paramashiva. All that is because of your one click. So make sure you're sharing in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, hold that beautiful space of gratitude. Thank Bhagwan, the showering, the initiation, the pre-satsangs, explanation, bringing all of them to show you how each one of you is Parashakti, manifesting highest reality, how you have come down to experience that. He has raised you into that beautiful space. So take a couple of moments to thank Bhagavan. And you see a $sign at the end of the YouTube. Drop a coin to thank Bhagavan because that expands your Kailasa inside you, Bhagavan says. Each and every time we vote for something, that becomes our reality. For us, everything is all about money and how we can earn more money and be in more better way because we have money. So for us, when we cognize, it is from the context of money. That's why all the Hindu temples have the hundi first when you enter the temple to drop a coin and ask for the blessing to make all of this as your existential reality. More and more you experience the higher consciousness when you wake up to the reality. You are blessed and you are auspiciousness. There's nothing auspiciousness happening to you. You are auspiciousness because you are Parashakti, Devi herself sitting and manifesting all these powers. So thank you so much for attending this session and thank Bhagwan. Don't forget to share your powerful cognition, power manifestation. If you're verified, got it fully correct, that's excellent. If you just had the Kundalini energy, that's also perfect. You started manifesting your powers. Please share your cognitions and thank Bhagavan for such a beautiful session that he has showered on all of us. With that deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. And you can come in the Zoom session also to participate in two ways and ask personal questions. I can help you out with the power manifestation.